Hey, oh damn, I'm gonna need, that might need to come a little bit closer. Hey Animal Wolfgirl, hey Funtime Freddy, hey Live to Die, welcome to the stream. I'm just gonna move that over there. I might be able to read that a bit better and tilt the screen a little bit. That should do, I hope. Let's get on back over here. Yep, that's perfect. Okay. Alright. I wouldn't say first. Funtime. I mean, there were plenty of people here prior to the stream, so... Alright. Did I replace those other batteries? Hang on. Nope. Alright. Boom, boom. Let's swap those out for a second. Alright, let's get back into it. Okay. So, first things first, a lot of this stuff doesn't need to be on the table right now. It's just there for a bit of a look-see at everything that I'm going to be covering today, maybe tomorrow, over the course of the next week. I think I want to get started on the arms first, since they're going to be the most active things I use. So there's the spine and the chest. That can go over there. The knees, get that out of the way. I'll probably do those second. And of course, the head and the mask. First I saw he was playing prototyping. Yeah, you gotta read that title. So, and then underneath, of course, probably the quintessential thing about my channel is not the hockey mask, it's that mask. That seems to be the draw card. I won't be putting it on now. What I'm going to be doing is a couple of repaints, because as I was mentioning in the last stream, you can see that there's a bit of wear over here. So, and I'm going to be doing the Horror Movie Campout this Saturday, which will be Friday in America. And, you know, you guys can't see it as much, but I can see it, and that's what bothers me. People at the Horror Movie Campout probably won't notice details like that, but you know, it'll like that can show up in photos and that sort of thing. Probably not so much this hand, because like there will be the machete in this hand, but it'll be there, and I know it'll be there. So, gonna get some paints together, and wondering what brush I want to use. Hang on, gonna move the mic. There we go. All right, so right now I've got this cutting table, which I won't be dealing with that right now. But I want to put another thing over the top. Even though it's kind of gotten a bit dirty, I'll clean it eventually, but I'll put this cardboard surface over the top. It barely covers it, but you know, that's just me. And then, okay, so I'll put those there, and then these two water containers, half filled with water, so that when I'm done painting, I can just over the top and they can sit there and dry. You know, just some B-grade horror kind of, you know, grab what you can around the house and put things together, and I forgot to put that in properly. So with this bottom bit here, I'm not doing details yet, so I'll probably grab the grottiest brush. Jason would have to be my favorite killer. Yeah, the Horror Movie Campout is March 11th, but it's in Sydney, so if you're near Sydney, Australia, or you can get to Sydney, Australia by March 11th, I will be there with Freddie and Michael. Okay, so I want something that's going to match this. So that is pretty close, this color. But it needs some warm tones, because at the moment it's kind of just a yellowy brown. It needs to be a bit more pinkish. So I'm going to put that, if there's anything left in this one. Nope. Alright, on to the next one. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, actually the other thing I have to do is, judging by the shade of your hands, you're 33 years old. Really? By the shade of my hands. I mean, I've got one like bluish light and one orangish light, and they're both bouncing off me, so you get a bit of blue and a bit of orange. So, but good guess, by the way. Almost. So yeah, so most people do like a PAX paint thing when they're dealing with painting on latex, just so it has a bit more, so it lasts a bit longer. I'm going to be using tacky glue. Kind of sounded like a fart that broke the sound barrier. And wash and wear glue, which actually appears to have dried. So that's useless. I think I do have another very similar one. Just one second. Yep, foam glue. Foam glue should be fine. I can't be going to Universal Studios to do some scary stuff. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, like, okay, so last Christmas, I went to the bottle shop, liquor store, whatever you want to call it, wherever you are in the world, and the guy still asked me for ID, but out there in the country where I was doing Christmas this year, when are you going to do another Meagle video? Well, I'm getting this costume ready, so that's kind of a soon kind of deal, so yeah. Yeah. Actually, I should mix these two together. And that's a lot in there. That might be a bit much for the color, so I'll have to like dig it out of there and put it into the other ones. So yeah, the next morning after the Horror Movie Campout, since it's actually just down the road from where I am, because I live in the woods, I'm going to have Freddie and Michael come back with me, and we're going to go on Omegle. Now, there's two ways that it's going to play out. So, hang on, I should close this door because it's creating an. Okay, so yeah, the Omegle videos won't be released next week, but I will begin recording Series 5 next week. I just need to be able to get, what was it? I need to get roughly 50 minutes to an hour. Now this is part 7. And I need to get roughly 50 to 60 minutes of like the kind of reactions that, you know, that my channel's sort of known for. So once I have about an hour worth of reactions that I like, that's when the Omegle videos will start to come out. And it does take a bit of a while. It doesn't happen in a day. But I also hope to do some other videos which should be coming out. Do I have every paint in here? I thought I grabbed everything before I started this. Got that one, but where's... Wait, is that the other... Is that the not empty one? This is the not empty one. There we go. Okay. So you got that. And then that's going to need... Hang on. A bit of that China red or warm red, they want to call it. Actually, this one would be more suitable. It's a bit darker, but I can lighten it back up. But at least it's going to get towards the color temperature I'm after. Just a little bit of that one. I should really have a spare brush or damage brush. Are you thinking about any new sound effects to change and spice up the videos? Well, of course I'm always, yeah, I'm going to be scaring people this weekend. That's the whole point of it. Oh, that's pretty spot on already. I just need to lighten it now. That's perfect. Just need to blend it through a bit more. Could you do part 9? Well, eventually what I actually want to do is start to transform the costume into a part 9, or not part 9, but sort of like if you ignore that 8 ever happened and just have like a costume that's somewhere between doing 8 and between doing 7 and 9. But I wouldn't say I'd scare everyone. Actually, I'm gonna see. Oh no, the glue will dry clearer. So what I really need, actually, is the skin tone, or the light skin tone color. Which, where did that go? Watching Resident Evil Retribution. It is a bit like an interview. Yeah, no, I would love to do a part 9. It's just a matter of budget. Oh, that's the other thing. So you can see there, I've got the extra lapel mics for Freddy versus Jason versus Michael and Victim on Omegle. So obviously I've already got one lapel mic right now. I do have one more lapel mic, and because when you watch the Freddy and Jason Omegle videos, we actually didn't have the lapel mics. We were trying to use a desk mic, but then because we didn't have the setup that I have now, thanks to some of the donations and stuff, originally we just had the desk mic, and because we didn't have earphones inside where we could both listen, I had to have the speakers on, but I had to keep the volume low, and so that there wasn't any feedback. And we still got feedback. If you listen, you can hear some feedback because of the people that we were like interacting with on Omegle, and whether it was them or whether it was us, we were making feedback. So oh, that's pretty good, Gordon. So yeah, so we're there trying to get coax reactions out of them, I'm just going to do a little test pattern here. Yeah, so that's just maybe a little brown back into it. So yeah, we were trying to get reactions, but we were getting a bit of feedback. So then, after some of the donations, and when I finally got Michael to come over once we had some spare time, he came over, and it worked out a lot better. But he didn't have as much time to be over as Freddie did that day. But you know, we did what we could, and we got as many reactions as we could in the one day, which is why there's so few reactions with Michael in it. But yeah, you do what you can with what you have. And then once, yeah, so what I'm hoping for this weekend is if I have enough money in the next 2 to 3 days, I'm going to go grab another lapel mic set, and then, because I already have enough like tiny little earphones. Do I have one here? Yeah, right. Alright, so I ended up grabbing a few of these, and you know, they fit inside the masks, and then I have another thing, so when you can connect this, and so you can have 3 of us that can always hear it, so we don't have to rely on the desktop speakers. So yeah, like this will connect, and then you can have the 3 of us listening to Omegle without the speakers getting feedback, and then we'll also have the microphones inside the masks, so we can, like, I'll have the breathing, Michael will have the breathing, and Freddie will have his one-liners, and you know, and no feedback, so it's nice, you know, better production quality, which is what it's all about. And then I'll still have my stomp effect doing the ma, ma, ma. So, you know, and as for like other sounds, like we can't do anything like music, because music has a couple problems. Like if I try to use actual music from the movies and stuff, on Omegle it's going to seem really weird to people. Like, why is there the theme song playing? Like, some people legit believe that they've just run into Freddie or Michael, whatever. Even people commenting on the videos think that Jason is real, or like they you know, they wonder for a second, is he actually real? And that's why it works on Omegle, because there are superstitious people out there that think maybe it wasn't just a legend. And the success of my channel kind of hinges on that, that people keep believing. You know, I mean, we can't make fun of them for believing it, because if they didn't, my channel wouldn't work. Or at least not as I intend it to. Okay, how's that look? A little bit lighter, a little bit oranger. Because that's almost spot on the right color, but I know that it'll always dry darker. Is it easy to set up a live stream? Sometimes, sometimes not. Did you oh yeah, did I learn this hands-on or take art classes? I mean, I took art classes in high school, but that was, last time I did any art in school was 15 years ago. 16 years ago. Something like that. I graduated at 17, so, because I'm brilliant, I don't know. Things are different in Queensland, you graduate sooner. I don't know why they do that. But yeah, no, most of it's just sort of hands-on. Like, I was always doing art things growing up, so you can look at that. Still needs a bit more. You can just barely see it. It's there to there. So still needs a to bring back some of the brown. I guess I put just a little too much red into it, but that's not going to be a big problem because I'm going to be using a lot of this color. So I just keep mixing it down until I get it a bit closer back to what it was originally. And you know, the fact that I'm actually painting over the top of wet paint, so it's just going to keep blending the same thing over and over. I'm going to rinse this now. Yeah, it looks slimy. Well, once I'm actually done, what I won't be able to do on stream, because this is not a ventilated room at all, I'll be taking it outside and giving it another protective layer of clear polyurethane. So that'll give it that nice slimy, shiny texture over the top. But for the hockey mask, I won't have to do much as far as painting, because I looked it over and it's pretty fine. Like, it's just around the edges mostly now that are having a problem. But I will be using a different one, which I've run out of, but it's a satin gloss. So it's not as shiny, because people were complaining about it being too shiny. So I went out and looked for another one that was like a semi-gloss, and the closest I could find is one called Satin, and it has more of a, instead of that kind of very harsh kind of shine, it's like you can sort of see on the original paint work that the other guy did 10 years ago. Oh no, because I did sort of spray around that area. In some places you can still see some of the harsher ones, but where the shine is, oh wait, yeah, right there, it's a bit harsher. But when you can see the reflection, not reflection, but the light coming off some of the areas that I had to paint over as it got wore off, it's sort of around there we go, right there. So it's a lot softer. The light bounces a lot softer on it. But also, the fact that I'm actually using very harsh lights doesn't help. Eggshell as a protective coating spray. Because I'm talking about sprays, because I don't know what they used to originally paint it, but I've actually just been using acrylic paints, and then my own mixture, which is, it's not Prosade, but it's not, it's just using stuff that, you know, is supposed to get wet and not fade so easily. Just gotta mix this up. Yeah. That definitely needs to be a little bit lighter. Just got to do it bit by bit, or I'm going to spend forever trying to get it back to a darker color. Because nothing sucks more than overstepping. Just a little bit more. Drop in there. That's what we want. It's just that little bit lighter, and then it'll dry darker. And this I'm just going to slap right over the top, because I'm going to paint the details in later. I just need to get it. Hang on. I should actually really roll these up. You must get a lot of chicks walking up and down the street on Halloween by showing it off. Lol. Clear coats only go on semi-gloss, I believe. Yeah, well, I've got Well, just like, even if it's like semi-gloss, I wanted even less gloss. Like, the less glossier, the better. And there's not that much variety of choices in Australia. So again, it's just down to whatever use whatever you can get your hands on. I'm gonna try to spread this out as thin as I can, and then dot it in. There's not too many details that I have to fool around with here, so it doesn't bother me that I have to spread it out so much. And it just adds another layer that has to be worn through. Layers and layers and layers. Yeah, there's no. I mean, the paint will finish matte, but as far as protective coats, there's no sort of spray-on solution for that in Australia. Not that I found so far. I'd have to like import and then import tax and beautiful. See, it's just that little bit lighter. You can see because like in the other areas it's just got like little bits of darker bits in the grooves and stuff like that. So I'll be coming back and painting that over the top. Painting the little dark areas here and there. So the next spot is on the thumb. Actually, you may or may not see this. Yeah, actually you can. So there's that little bit of latex that's showing through. That's not the original latex. That is actually latex that I've had to put there because I actually tore a hole in the thumb there, and then I had to put my hand in with some masking tape because latex doesn't seem to stick to masking tape. And I put it over the hole there, and then I put the latex in, and then thickened it up and thickened it up, and then let it dry, and then painted over the top of it, just like that. There's a bit there. So on the outside and on the inside of the thumb. But the tear is only there. And it's actually stayed pretty good since. I've had this glove since 2015. You can see exactly when I had it on Omegle. Series 1, I think part 8 is when I had it. So if you find the original video, because I've got the redo video where it's got all the proper layout stuff, but the original release date is probably around May, June, I think around May. Around the time Pamela Voorhees passed away. Oh, well, yeah. Around the time that, yeah, Betsy Palmer passed away. So, is there anywhere else? Oh, yeah. Where I said at the beginning. Right there. Wait, did I even... I didn't add the glue stuff. So I'll just grab a bit of that, get that in there. Mix that through. Now I remember I gotta do this very quickly now because then I gotta wash the brush out before the glue sets inside. Just gotta mix it through the other paint that's already on. Right. Just so that when it dries, instead of it drying as a sort of like flaky stiff paint, it'll dry with the more flexible glue. I mean, because there is very dry glues that aren't flexible, but this is a mixture that's slightly flexible. Because it doesn't need too much flex, but it also needs some durability. Alright, that's fine. Okay, you should do a makeup artist like you don't. Be a makeup artist. I've never done makeup. Well, I sort of have, but it's not even remotely the same thing. I know there's a few spots on here, but I'll make sure I go over this properly. I think there's some on the side. I should get in there a little bit more. Rinse that out. Oh, gotta go. Movie's starting. I met Kane last Saturday. The dude can trick hard. Yeah, I saw that picture on Instagram, dude. That was a hell good picture. I can't wait to meet the man himself. The color part not doing all the makeup. What do you mean by that? But yeah, even though I've never actually streamed myself doing this before, I mean, that was more of a matter of, like, I didn't think to just buy a USB cable so I could bring the camera over here, and then I had, like, I've always had the tripod that it's sitting on, but I just didn't have the cable, never really thought about it, and then I thought, you know, I could stream this. Especially with Twitch as well, because this is also streaming on Twitch right now for the people that prefer it, and I forgot to link that. That's what I did wrong earlier. Always missing something. But yeah, if people prefer Twitch, they can watch it over there, because I have the whole creators section. So on the hands, you're working on get the colors perfect. Oh yeah. Like color matching is and you take your time doing, not rushing it. Oh, I would actually call this, no, it's not too rushed, I guess. But at the same time, well, I used to spend more time doing it because I was still, like, working a lot of things out, but now it's like, since I've actually done this so many times over the last 2 years, partly because of the channel, but also because, like, some of the stuff was actually wearing off even before I started the channel, because I was going... Oops. Good thing there was no electronics down there. That should be somewhere safer. And there's no such thing right now. I'll just lift that up and pull that out of the way. Perfect. Alright, so, yeah, when I first started the channel, there was already stuff wearing off, not so much the gloves, but the hockey mask and the mask underneath. I was doing, like, zombie walks and supernova conventions and Oz Comic Con, so the Australian version of Comic Con. I don't think they're actually directly related. They might be, but I doubt it. Just very heavily borrowed the name. And just put Oz in front of it, OZ. I'm sure there's gotta be... There's always something I'm missing. A little bit there. And right there. So there's still a lot of this that's actually the original paint job, but each time I do this, it's always going to be more and more my own doing than what it was before. Okay, so I think that'll do for now on this. I'll come back to it, but I'll let what I've done so far dry. And then I'll refill this water that I've just spilled everywhere. Well, actually, I do what I want on my channel. It just happens to be in line with what a lot of people would sort of hope for. Like, I've had a lot of requests to do things on the channel, and it's sort of like doing very, very out of character Jason things. I've done a few things on the channel which are kind of like, you know, a little bit out of character. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't sort of like I don't run away with it. I try to keep it as close as I can, and I just want to clean up this spill a little bit. Just I'll use, nope. I guess this one will do. Just give me like another 10 seconds and I got this. Just to avoid a slipping fatality. Because if I slip in this spot, I'm either going to hit my head on the amp box or something equally stupid, and my face will be on the corner of something bleeding everywhere. If that was me, it would have been beer all over. Yeah, well, thankfully the beer is all over on the table over there. Yeah, it was crapping itself. I was going out of range a little bit. I don't know what's wrong with it. Alright, on to the next one. Which one was I using? This one. Alright. Yeah, I've had a lot of requests, and there's been plenty of things that I've actually knocked back, but it's either because it's very impractical, or they've made some assumptions that would make it easier, but when you realize that things like I'm wearing a costume and it's not a recording, like I could just as easily record one of my routines and then just put it on Omegle and try to get reactions that way, and just sit on my ass all day and press play, press pause and everything else like that, and just do that all day. But I like the little differences each time. I always try to have like a little bit of variety, because the thing is, if it's a recording, once you hit play, you can't really like hold yourself back and just wait for a certain moment. So like, if someone is about to say like, take the mask off, but I've already started to lift off the mask just as they're saying it's a bit off, but then to be able to like come in and just like stand there for a bit and then like see what they say first, and then if they say take the mask off, then I can take the mask off. Whereas if it was a recording and I had two separate recordings for that, you'd see the jump frame of me doing that, and that sort of gives it away to them that it's a recording. So it's better to just do it live. It sucks as far as like sweating to death, but the end result I find more satisfying. Like, my channel would probably blow up if I did have like the video recording stuff and I was just putting videos out every single day. But for me, it's a little bit of integrity, a little bit of what helps me sleep at night. This one gets bad on the side. I don't know what I do. Yeah, and I have fun. I do have so much fun. Like, I'm sweating, but it's so much more fun for me. Even though you never hear me laugh. You don't hear me laugh on Omegle. I have to just like, I have to go into that place. It's only once I actually start editing the videos that I actually get to look back at them properly and have a bit of a laugh. So I don't allow myself that while I'm on Omegle, because once I'm on Omegle, that's what I'm on there for. Just get right into character and stay in character. I'll break it for people that aren't getting scared and they want to know, like, if I've got a YouTube channel or something. But if I can see that someone's sort of like on edge, or I think I can get them on edge, I'll stay in character. So, because you gotta try guess within yourself whether you're trying too hard. Like, because if someone's just not gonna get scared, sometimes you just gotta give up and move on. But sometimes you just get a feeling like, I think I can still get this guy or this girl, especially girl. Sorry to say, but I mean, you look at my videos, girls are the majority of the people that get scared. And people of minority groups seem to be the most easily scared, but I also think they might also be the most superstitious. Just for the other sort of religions that they have and stuff like that, and just the way they're brought up, you know, believing in ghosts and exorcisms and stuff like that. Whether they're true or not, the more that you believe in something, I think it's much easier to scare those people. And just people that are scared of Jason in general. I love when you lick the machete, it always shows people like you're crazy, but that sounded bad. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like the machete licking. I'm not the biggest fan of it myself either, because it, like, I mean, some people already say, oh, Jason never took his mask off, and it's like, you sure? Have you seen Jason Takes Manhattan? But then I can't say that to them unless I know that it's just that I'm just not going to get a reaction out of them. But once, if it does get to a point where I'm like, nah, I'm not going to get a reaction out of this person, and then that's when I call them out for being stupid. It's like, well, if you had actually watched all the movies, you know he does take his own hockey mask off in one of them. But yeah, licking the machete, that's kind of out of character. But here's the thing. Why I came up with that was sort of out of, at the time I just kind of figured it was a necessity, because when I thought of it, I just thought, some people think that I'm a recording, but if they see that I have a tongue, and that's the other thing too, some people really hate the tongue, and I don't blame them. When they see a tongue, they're like, hang on, you can't render a tongue, like, especially if people think it's one of those like sort of 3D filter things where you just, like, if you could just stand there with like a PlayStation Move or whatever thing, like, I don't know the name of the app because that's not my thing, but there's a thing where you can like stand there, and when you move, you have this 3D avatar that moves for you, and you have like a demon and a puppy, I think, and a couple of other ones. I've seen people use them on Omegle, but you'd never have a good-looking Jason one like actually wearing a costume. Like even the video game looks good, and I can't wait for it to come out. But it's not gonna have, like, it's not gonna look the same as a proper a video feed. And yeah, so when you see a tongue, it's just like, oh, you know, a tongue. How do you render a tongue in 3D and it looks that good? Like you can see all the like dimples in the tongue, stuff like that. Well, that's fine, Bomb Kid Evan, but this is what this stream was. Like, it was in the title. So, you know, I'm here and I'm painting and I'm including you guys in this aspect of what I have to do for the channel to sort of keep it going. But there's not much else I can do. I'm here painting. If painting isn't your thing, then that's how it is. I can't really do much more for you. But yeah, so the tongue thing and the machete thing is kind of, yeah, and especially like seeing a machete, well, seeing a tongue bend over a machete the way that only a real tongue could, and you don't get any of the like the polygons or anything like that interfering with each other in a way that looks weird and non-realistic. Like, that's when people are just like, oh shit, this is real. But if because part of the limitation of the current costume is that this face here, I'll get it without the mask. This face is made out of foam latex, and there's not much movability to it. And his face is constantly stuck in a state of having the mouth open and the chin down here. If I get this remade in silicon, I would have the mouth closed so that when I put the silicon mask on, I can open the mouth, and then I would also have the bit here open as well. Because like I can stick my tongue through there, and I wouldn't stick my tongue through here, but I would still have a hole there, and then I would have some very, very dark material in there that you wouldn't be able to see. So when I do open the front of the mouth, you see the teeth on the side moving as well, and you see this bit of skin here move. So you would have that open and that stretching. And then I would probably also have, instead of, like, I would have like plastic teeth in there as well instead of latex, and they would have their own sort of like ivory teeth look to them, so they would actually appear different. Okay, that's cool. Bomb Kid Evan, I'll catch you in another stream that's, you know, a bit more to your liking, like Resident Evil or something like that. I don't think I have to do anything to this mask. The chin is the key areas to look at for this is the chin, because the hockey mask likes to rest on the chin, but that looks fine. It hasn't rubbed on the teeth, it hasn't rubbed on the nose, and it hasn't rubbed on the brow. Or it would have, but it hasn't had any effect on it. I can't see the underlying latex, so that's absolutely fine. So I might actually just move on to the knees. And then I'll come back to that shade of paint later when I go back to the arms and give it another coat. Or I'll let them dry it first. So this one, this one's definitely going to be, I'll clean this up. So yeah, the tongue thing and the machete thing is just a poor man's way of dealing with the fact that I don't have a silicon mask, because if I was able to open my mouth, I wouldn't have to stick my tongue out. You would see inside and you would see my tongue in my mouth. So that's that kind of thing where it's like, you know it's the chances of it being more real in your mind escalates because you're doing something that's beyond the limitations of a home computer. Maria, I don't know if you're saying bye to Evan or bye to the stream, but if you are going, I'll catch you next stream. Oh, I gotta run. Good work and see you next time. Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying goodbye to Camp Facer or Powell Drums, and I know there's like a third name, but it just doesn't click. But I'll catch you next time, dude. Which one needs more attention first? This one. So I'll get started on this one. It's going to need a bit more time to dry and then come back to it. I'll get this one out of the way first. Then I'll get this, pour that in. I don't need too much for it. Oh, Brad, that's it. Thank you, Brad. And I will see you in another stream. All these names I have to remember. This one. Just a touch. Alright, see how that blends. And these knees are significantly dark, but a lot of it is actually just painting the darker details into it, so I can actually get away with it being a little bit lighter, which automatically, the moment that I added that red and mixed it through, it's just perfect. Look at that. It's only a little bit lighter, but once I put that extra black over the top, it's going to blend very nicely. And that was using the warm red, whereas the arms I use a cool red. So it's not blue, it's not purple, it's red, but you just know that it's a cool red. It's not a warm red. So I guess I'll work on that now. Around the edges, there's a little bit of wear up there. Oh, before I get right into this one, wipe that up a bit, and then get a little bit of that glue mixture, just so that the paint dries more flexible. Oh, you can feel it. It's kind of rubbery, and that's exactly how I want it to dry. So I'll just try have it this way or this way. This way, so it's facing toward the camera. Well, I'll bring it closer. There we go. Unfortunately, I don't have like an easel thing, so I can have it like there like that. But that's, you know, first time I'm streaming this. I didn't think that far ahead. Never really thought of doing this in the first place because I wasn't ever sure if there was ever going to be a market for it. But since it's becoming a thing on Twitch, I thought, hell, why not? A lot of people ask about the costume stuff anyway, so just get closer and closer to the bone there. And around the edge there, need some love. And then that's all mostly fine. I'll get over here. That needs some love. And just in there. It's mostly around corners and just bits where things tend to rub against me. Especially when you got girls grinding up on your legs at events. Especially the drunker they are. That's a one of the sort of the thing that they. How long did you make the costume? Well, I actually never made the original parts. Someone else made this and painted it all up. And the same goes for the arms and the chest and the back spine and all that. Someone else originally did all of it, but sort of finding people that did the bits and pieces in a way that I liked, it took a while. The costume went through a couple of different stages, starting off really cheap and then getting more and more expensive bits as time went on. And by the time the channel started, I had everything except for these arms. Originally I had these really cheap just skeleton glove hands. If you watch like the first 6 or 7 videos on my channel, it was just, yeah, these skeleton gloves. And then I had these ones, replaced them, and then it hasn't changed much since. It's just every couple of videos as you're watching, sometimes you see things are painted just a little bit better and yeah, a bit more refined each time. Because as the original paint job disappears, I start to add my own creative flair to it and it becomes more my thing. Like, and especially like, okay, the first one to like really go through a big change would be this one, because this here was very, very white to begin with. So as soon as that started to like fade away from having the hockey mask on it, I painted it a different color. Actually, I think the teeth were starting to go, well, the chin was going, the brow was going, and parts of the nose were going. So I was painting those, and because I wanted this to match the teeth, when I redid the teeth, and I wanted the teeth to be less white, because before they were like so white. Not too white, but they were pretty white. So I did them a bit more yellowy. They could probably be a bit whiter just so it's a bit more dynamic. But yeah. And so when I did those, I thought, well, I can't have those different and not do that. So I had to redo the bone there as well. But once the next time that it gets through all the protective layers and starts wearing away the paint job, I'll probably make this a little lighter, but never as light as it was when I originally got it. Like, I'd say when I originally got it, it was closer to this color. I mean, that does look pretty white, but wait, do I have a good comparison? Okay, so that's white. You can't get any whiter than that. So that's more of an eggshelly white, and that's what it used to be. It was bad. So, and you know, also trying to make the eye match the color on the knees. So if I do change the color of the teeth and eye, I will have to change the knees and change the fingers. Actually, the fingers were originally just as bad as well. When you watch the earlier videos, Series 1 to Series 3, the bones were really white, and now they're more of a creamy color. But again, I might make them just a little bit lighter. I mean, you can actually see those pretty well, but you know, I'll have to do something just to make the head seem a bit more dynamic, because in real life it's very easy to tell apart the eye and the teeth and the bloody side of the face, but when you sort of see it on camera, it doesn't come up as easily. It depends on the color of the lighting you're using and a bunch of other stuff, but yeah. There's so many different things you have to sort of think about and try to use colors that work well in every light, whether it's bright lights, dark lights, indoors, outdoors. And you won't completely satisfy everyone under every light source, but you get as close as you can. Like, when you look at the Part 6 Jason in the virtual cabin under the bright lights, he doesn't look, like a lot of people argue he doesn't look that great. I mean, he looks good, but people say, oh, the mask color is off. but when you look at the trailer with him, it actually looks like the movie. So it's always to do with lighting. And even when they did the original movie, so here's the thing, when you see the mask in one of the trailers, it's the what trailer was it? It was the Misfits Friday the 13th music trailer with the Part 6 Jason. When you see that and you see the yellow mask, the tone of it is a bit whiter because of the lighting. But when they did the movie originally, you get like even during the day or during the night, the movie had a very different color tone to it. They actually used a white balance. So, and even like some countries actually rebalance the lighting in some movies, and that sort of thing. So, like depending on which copy of the movie you pick up, and you can even use your own like filters when you watch movies. Like there's a power DVD player, lets you adjust the color temperature and things like that. When you start fooling around with the color temperature, you actually realize that the Part 6 mask is actually yellow because the other thing too is when they were trying to get the graphics in the game, a lot of what they did is they had people that owned the original props from the movies. They were able to get some of those in and actually take proper color corrected photographs of them, and not color corrected like they corrected the color to match the movies, but they had a proper white background, so it was balanced on that. And they also had like this other thing, you see it on the sides of cereal boxes and stuff like that. You have like this one little panel where it shows like the black, the cyan, the yellow, and the magenta color on there to show that when you take the photo, that those colors have to be exactly those colors. So it's just, yeah. When you do I actually have something that has print on it that actually shows that off? I just might, because I bring food into this room to eat. Yes. First thing I pick up, popcorn in a bag, and ate it upside down for some reason. So, oops, I knocked out my headphones. Okay, so on the back, you have this. So when they were taking the photos, they had this there, so that when they import the photos, they had to make sure that the yellow was 100% yellow. So, you know, it's like 0, 0, well, sorry, it's 255 red, 255 green, and 0 blue to get that yellow. And then the magenta is what, like 255 red, 128 blue, 0 green, so, and all that. So once they had all of that matched, they knew that it was exactly as the photo was taken, and that's what they put into the game. So when people say, oh, Jason's mask wasn't yellow, or it wasn't that yellow in Part 6, that's how you know that they had it legit, because they took a photo with one of those palettes there, so they knew it was just on point. And because you sort of got color temperatures there, because you have like the warm tone, the cool tone, and the neutral tone, and the black and white. So yeah, when you see some of the behind the scenes photos that they showed, you can see that they use that, and that's how you know it's perfect. So if the color seems off in the game, it's not off, it's just that they don't use different filters to try to correct for it. They're just doing it 100% natural without any extra Hollywood lighting. Because if you started doing that, because every single movie was lit differently, so the Part 8 Jason, the lighting that they used in that movie wasn't the same lighting that they used in Part 6, and they didn't use the same color corrections. Okay, now that I've done the knees, the next one that's very similar in color is the big job. We're now onto the big one. And yeah, these are the gloves that I use. Okay, just gonna put this on now for a second, and I'm gonna work on. I'm gonna work on the front first, because there's less chance that I'm gonna ruin the paint job on this when I go to work on the back one next. Okay, so obviously, where the neck of the mask comes down onto my chest, you can see there's a bit of. Hang on, I'll have to actually pick this up properly. Right along there, just wears it away, and it even just tears it. That's, you know, when Jason does that whole head turn thing, yeah, that's why that's sort of worn away. I've tried putting latex there to fix it, but I'd have to have like a very long period of time that I'm not using this costume for it to be able to cure properly and all that good stuff. So I'm sort of running out of that color, so I'm going to need to add more of it. I'll put that back in for a second. A bit of that. Oh, not the cool one. Not the cool one. I need the warm one. All right. Just a touch. There we go. Hide that in there. Clean my own fingers. And why did I do this with the knees? These, even though it's sort of okay to lay them on top of each other because they barely touch. I'm just going to hang that one up there. And I don't have any way to hang that one, but I don't think it's doing much harm. But, ooh, hang it on the front of the tripod. Perfect. Hoping you would do something like this. Oh, yeah, exactly, Hades, exactly. I knew that some people would enjoy this, so here I am. So I'm just going to wipe that, clean it out, and then add that bit of glue into the mix, stir it up. Alright. And then after I do the skin tones, I'll go back and look at if any of the bone colors need doing, but they don't seem to get too much rub on them. Yeah, that is a shame, Maria. I mean, I wish I could have started streaming sooner, but yeah. Okay, Devon, I'll try to remember that. Hades is Devon. Alright, so, oh, that is a bit light now. Oh, that's right, but this is, once I paint the darker details over it. Plus, the glue probably makes it seem a bit lighter, but that will dry clear, so it'll be darker. But it's the right tone, I can see that much. Right. Just sort of dabbing it around a bit. Oh, thanks, Yellow Guy. And thank you, Maria. Oh, Chuck Norris, make fire by rubbing 2 ice cubes together. He probably could too. Alright. Around the gut of this is probably where a lot of the wear is. not probably, I can see that it is, where it all sort of pokes out. I kind of wish it didn't do that. Like, I guess it's supposed to be gutted out the middle, but just this sort of crater edge kind of bothers me. Because then it kind of makes you look fat. Because the shirt comes down and then it kind of like pokes out a bit around the gut. Does this prosthetic make me look fat? So that's one coat. This one will need another one. I don't like to do it while it's still wet, but okay, now that that's done, I can move on to here. That one needs some desperate attention. Over there. Got to kind of look at it from a couple different angles to determine whether it's actually just lighting or whether it's actually the paint missing. Oh, it is starting to get warm in here. I'm gonna have to put this fan on. The fan will probably help too with the. Well, I'll keep it on low. It'll help with stuff drying, but I don't want it to get onto the mic too much. When did the stream start? Ooh, an hour and 12 minutes ago, I think. That should be about right. But there was like color mixing and making sure everything was right and stuff. And I've only done the arms and I've done the knees. Now I'm doing the chest. Well, I've just finished the chest. I wouldn't say it's finished, but I've finished with this color on the chest. I'll be returning to do another color, but I don't want to get things mixed up. This is just a base coat to get things started, and then I'll go back to the arms, and then back to the knees, and back to the chest. It's a long process. That I'll be returning to over and over. Oops. Get that on there. Just pat this on very lightly. I should probably rinse the glue off. Chat looks different on screen. Yeah, the chat that I'm using is actually receiving from both YouTube and Twitch. So if you're on Twitch, your stuff will come up too. So you can see on the side that there's the little YouTube thing. If you go to Twitch and you comment from Twitch, it'll come up with a little Twitch icon, so I can see who's in here from YouTube and who's in here from Twitch. So on Twitch I'm going through creative, and then the closest thing I could find on YouTube is how to and stuff. So tacky glue or whatever, this is basically craft glue and foam glue, which basically what the effect I'm going for is sort of a wash and wear glue. This one's actually dried up, but I have those other glues that are very similar, just so that when I paint, the paint doesn't dry in a sort of flaky manner. It dries with a rubbery sort of feel to it from the glue. So there's the how-to part. And when color matching, especially when you're going to use very dark colors on top, and when paint's going to dry darker anyway, you always want to go like maybe 1 or 2 shades, or you definitely want to be 2 shades, at least 2 shades lighter, because first it's going to dry darker, and then you're probably going to put black over the top of it. Here, there's going to be no black, but you can see over here, it's just, you can actually barely see that it's lighter, but I can see that it's lighter and it'll dry darker. And if it doesn't dry dark enough, I just put a little bit of black over it and it's done. But it's the tone that you want to get first. So on the arms, they have a slightly more cool tone, so I used this. And then for the chest and the knees, I use this one, because even though I got most of it from the same guy, he seemed to use a different paint for the arms than he did for the chest and the spine and stuff, so I'm having to emulate that. But if I do end up with a lot of time on my hands, because people think that I have a lot of time on my hands, I don't. But when I do have a lot of time on my hands, I'll eventually go back and repaint the whole lot. So wait, there is a horror movie campout in Sydney. A horror movie campout. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, you got to kind of look at whether something is a warm color or a cool color. Like a warm brown versus a cool brown, and then sort of go from there. And so I've used a burnt umber brown, which is a yellowish brown, and then I add a cool tone for the arms, red tone for everything else, and also for the arms are a bit of a lighter color, so I added just little bits of white, and then you only add a little bit each time and mix it through each time until it's a little lighter than what you're going to paint on, because it will dry darker. Guaranteed. I think there is a point where something will be, like when you make it lighter, it'll actually dry lighter, but considering what I'm actually painting, I've never reached that point where I paint anything that's so light that when you paint it on, that it'll actually dry lighter than what you put it on. So I can't help you with that, but when it comes to, like, if you ever order things online and you either don't like the paint job or the paint job starts to go away and you don't want to have to fork out a couple $100 to get a new one, you can always just get some acrylic paints instead of PAX paint, because PAX paint's expensive as well. Maria, what you're seeing from Chuck is Chuck Norris jokes. It's a very, very specific kind of humor. It's very similar, actually, to the Russian humor. It's like, in Russia, TV watches you. But then the way that you present the Chuck Norris ones are a little different. So there's supposed to be this idea that Chuck Norris is infallible. Yeah, I think that's the word, infallible. Now there's a few parts on here that aren't worn away, but I'm not happy with the color that I used in some areas last time. That all comes with the learning process. All right. Yeah, so Horror Movie Campout. How do I describe that? Horror Movie Campout. People can either buy general admission tickets, or they buy general. It helps that if you have a bunch of friends with you, and you don't have a tent, you can also buy a ticket for yourselves each, and then there's an extra ticket that you can all go in on. It's like 2 to 3 people, not 4 people, unfortunately. But you know, but if you have like, if you have a friend or two that you're going with, there's a second ticket that when you buy a ticket for yourselves, you can buy another ticket where you can reserve a tent that they will actually set up for you, and you just bring sleeping gear to the event and just throw all your sleeping gear inside the tent. They've already got like an air mattress in there. You just have your pillows and your sleeping bags basically. And or if you have your own tent and air mattress and sleeping bags and all that stuff, you just buy a regular ticket and you show up with all your gear. Also, actually, you can also show up with an air couch as well, inflatable couch, and you set that up in the cinema area. So you have the tent area and you have the cinema area. The tent area is outside of the main area, and you set all that up, and then you go inside, and you cannot go back out until the end of the night. Or if you do go out, then well, you stay there for the rest of the day and evening. But once you're in, you can put your inflatable couch in the cinema area, and then there's a bar, and yes, I am repainting the costume. That's this entire stream. Yeah, when you go in, there's a bar, there's food, there's live music, and then you're gonna have, in this particular instance, you have myself, and you have the same Freddy and the same Michael that you see in my videos, because we all met at a convention, and then when someone announced this horror movie campout thing, the three of us just put our hands up saying, you know, we're gonna be we're gonna be your guys. And so they're like, okay, we'll see how you guys go, and we nailed it. And as soon as this was all last year, and once they started at the end of 2014, and then, well, Freddie and I did the first horror movie campout together, and Michael was there, but he wasn't there as an actor. And yes, I am going to do more Omegle videos. I'll get back to that one in a second. So Freddie and I were at the guys that do the horror movie campout, they started in Adelaide, and they had some local talent there, and then they came up to Sydney, and that's when, well, then they would have actually done Melbourne. So they did Adelaide, then they did Melbourne, then they came up to Sydney, and that's when Freddie and I jumped in, and then we saw a couple of Michaels there, but there was one Michael in particular that was different. And he wasn't a scare actor there, he just turned up like that. And you can turn up wearing whatever horror costume you have, and you know, just have fun. And but after the event, Michael ended up adding me on Instagram, and of course Freddie and I did some Omegle videos together around the time of the Sydney one. But when Horror Movie Campout, they did Brisbane, and then they went back to do Adelaide, and when they went back to do Adelaide on their 1-year anniversary, they sent the three of us emails, because the guy that does Michael, he ended up flying himself to Brisbane so he could do it there, and they really liked him doing it. So yeah, Horror Movie Campout, they contacted the three of us, and we're like, you know, you three guys, you do a really great job. We want to fly you down to Adelaide and pay you to do it down there. And then they did the same for Melbourne. They paid us to go to Melbourne and do it there. And now they're back at Sydney, and it's the same thing again. The three of us turn up at Horror Movie Campout and scare people. And the best part about that is we're encouraged to scare people as much as we can within reason, because that means for them to be able to deal with being scared so much, they head over to the bar and drink more. So the basic goal of the day is to scare people into drinking. So yeah, and then, you know, then it gets to a point in the night when they're not scared anymore, and that's when you know you've done your job. So you just keep scaring as many people as you can until they're so drunk that they just can't be scared anymore. And some people get really drunk there, so yeah. We scare people drunk. But it's good, it brings in the money. Yeah, so so this Horror Movie Campout is this weekend, and that's why I'm doing this. It's a bit late, but I'm doing it. But it'll be finished in time. Tomorrow I just have to take it outside and spray it, or after this stream I'll spray it and take it outside. I'll probably, I might have enough time. We'll see, because I need the sunlight on it. But wait, did I accidentally get? Is that new paint or old paint? Old paint. Well, all the more reason to paint over the top of this rib, because it has brown on it. Just gonna double check that. Yeah, that's old paint. Oh, gonna have to mix up some paint to fix that. But otherwise, this looks done as far as that skin tone is concerned. Day's been pretty good so far. So yeah, so I actually live very, very close to the Sydney Horror Movie Campout. It's actually between Sydney and Newcastle, and it would take me 12 minutes to get there, because I live in the woods, which is when you that background you see, where you can see me and there's the grass and the trees and stuff, that's about 6 minutes away from me. And the Horror Movie Campout is another 12 minutes further into the woods. And so that is why that is. So when we're done with the Horror Movie Campout on the Saturday Australian time, we stay there overnight, and then we wake up the next morning, and Freddie and Michael, I hope, are coming back to my place afterwards, and we'll start working on some Omegle reactions, and hopefully I'll even have a victim come back with me, because she's supposed to be coming to the Horror Movie Campout this time, and I'm using the event a little bit to sort of butter her up, because she likes live music events and stuff like that, and she likes horror movies apparently. So yeah, butter her up, bring her back, and then try, even if we can't actually do the victim kills that day, we can at least test some stuff out. For example, where did I put that prosthetic? There's another hidden secret prosthetic lying around somewhere. I just have to remember where I put it. Well, actually, the next thing I should definitely be working on is this. But where is my, where is that prosthetic? Okay, good night, Maria. I'll catch you in the next stream. Well, there are, like, there's the American Universal Studios ones. I don't know about horror movie campouts or anything of that nature in America. Like, there's haunted houses and that sort of thing. There's another thing in Australia that's going around that no one actually contacted me about, because it's all a bunch of friends that sort of want to work together, and I don't think they're really looking for outside talent. But there are ones where, like, they take you on these scare tours. So, like, you know, they'll walk you through, and they'll start talking about the, you know, they'll make up some sort of story about that area being haunted, and they'll have scare actors come and get you. So, yeah. But this prosthetic right here, there's two holes in it. That one shouldn't be there. I'll patch that up. But this one here, a rubber pipe, will be feeding into it, and you've got that slit there. There's actually another piece to this which I've taken off. It's over here. I don't know when the next video is going to come out. We're just going to record, and once we finish recording about an hour's worth of reactions, then we'll actually put something out. Now this here, I'll have to build this up, and it just looks like masking tape that I've just layered over. You can sort of hear something's in there, and that something is aluminium, or aluminum as Americans say. So I'm just going to layer up a few more layers of aluminium so that the machete can't cut through that, and then that will be sitting behind this. And I'll build some extra latex layers up so it covers all the edges. And which ends the feeding end, that end. So, but then there'll be a gap on the side. Let's just imagine that that's actually covering that. But so that it'll be stuck down there and there, but there'll be just enough room. And it'll be further around the neck. Like, I'll have to make it a bit longer as well. It'll go around the neck until you can't see it anymore, and then that's where the feeding tube will go in to there. So hopefully we start recording on the 12th of March. The recordings happen on the 12th, so it'll be recording half of March, all of April, all of May, and then editing the videos during May and June. Materials? This is... Hang on, I'll grab this one. It's literally can of Pepsi aluminium. But I'm going to get a couple more slits of these. Just cut, and then along the middle, and then just build up the layers, because aluminium, when you get, like, I mean, you can easily punch that. But if I grab, for example, my machete, oh, you can hear it. Now, it's not particularly sharp for a number of reasons. I sharpen it, I don't resharpen it, and it's done things. So when it doesn't cut through. The paint's come off, but it's not cutting through it. It just leaves scuff marks. So I'll just unbend that. Doesn't cut through. So if I build up a couple of layers of that, and have it behind this, and then the feeding tube goes in. So then I've developed this other thing that I'm not going to discuss, but I can basically put a latex band-aid over the top of that so you don't see that. And when you start turning some lights off, actually I'll turn this one back on. Yeah. So when someone's wearing this, I have to like fix up the textures so it doesn't look as bad. But once there's a latex thing over the top, you won't see the blood underneath. But then I can slash it, the blood will start coming out, and I'll have the blood pre-pumped so there's a lot of pressure behind there, so that when the machete does go through it, it'll be like a balloon. Like cutting through a balloon is kind of easy, but when you have a balloon filled to a very high pressure point, it's a lot easier to cut. This was relatively easy to cut. You can see inside there. It's pretty gross. So once the pressure's there, it'll be very easy to cut even with a blunt machete, and it won't cut through this, because when you have metal bent and we have several layers of bent metal, it creates a very protective layer. So it'd have to cut through this and through at least 3 or 4 layers of metal. But when someone wears this as well, I'll be putting like extra bits of latex around the edges on the person, and then I'll color match it and everything else. So all that good stuff. There actually has been, you can maybe see this little edge across here is one of the latex band-aids that I've made. But yeah, on the day I'm gonna I'm gonna fix it up. Maybe like you might see me do it in another stream, but I'm gonna be working on making this a little less rough as far as lighting goes. So I mean, because it's a bit crinkly at the moment, but it got crinkly because this is over a year old now. So I'll fix it up, I'll put extra metallic layers on it, everything else, and yeah, it'll fit over someone's neck, and then I'll have like the extra stuff. I know where I'm meant to cut on it, and yeah, that'll cut, blood will come out, and people on Omegle will hopefully freak out, and so on and so forth. Alright, chains. This is where I can actually get my big, fat, lazy brush, which is this one. Yep. Okay, start. I mean, who's saying that? Start Omegle, start. I can't. I'm literally in the middle of painting the stuff. I have to do more layers of paint, and then I have to give a protective coating of them, and I need it to cure for like a couple days. After the Horror Movie Campout on the 11th, I go on Omegle on the 12th with Freddie, with Michael. Everything will be organized, and yeah. Oh, and again, going back to an earlier point, with the current microphone setup that I have, I can have myself and Freddie and myself and Michael on Omegle at the same time, wearing the microphones and the headsets and stuff. But to have, like, even though there'll be the 3 of us in the room, we can't all be in front of the camera at once, because one of us won't be able to hear or speak or breathe or whatever, like depending on who we're talking about. But I do want to try have me and Freddie and Michael on screen at the same time, and that's going to require some more lapel mics, and I've got the thing up there, extra lapel mics for Freddie versus Michael versus, or Freddie versus Jason versus Michael, plus Victim, because if I've already got a set of 2 mics, I'm going to get another one, which is another set of 2 mics, so you'll have 4 microphones, so you have the 3 of us and the Victim, and even if the Victim doesn't participate, we can actually use one of the mics for, because like if we're wearing the mics inside our mask, you'll only hear our voices inside the mask. If we do have one other external mic in a very specific place, you can also get the machete sounds. So that's the plan. Okay, that's cool, Shockwolf. Be back soon. Okay, I won't give you a shout out then. I won't even mention your name. I should probably also really get myself like a silver thing instead of a plain grey, even though the metal would be dull by this point anyway, so it's not even an issue. I'm not going to paint this one, and I'm not going to paint the one that it connects to, because it's kind of pointless, because I'm just always going to keep wiping the paint off of it. But half of the other ones, I don't like the black. So okay, I'll catch you later, Hades. So yeah, there's a donation tip jar thing. So if anyone wants to help out, because at this point it's probably just going to be me and Freddie and me and Michael for Series 5, and not one where you have the three of us on screen at the same time. Of the Spear Jason, you mean part 6 then? And that's the other thing, like, even that money there, if you go over, what is it, $90 to go, so, you know, any money that goes over that is money that goes towards more Jason costumes. Freddie and Michael have pretty much got the only costumes they'll ever need, because even Freddie, he's actually got the souls. I don't think he actually did that when he came over, but he has the one where you have the souls as well, so he can actually do the whole souls thing, and he'll probably be doing it Horror Movie Campout, so there's a good chance you'll see Freddie with souls coming out of his shirt in Series 5. Unless he wears the other one. I don't see him doing it though. I'm pretty sure he's gonna have the souls. But yeah, and Michael Myers, the only costume you'll ever need is the one from the first movie / second movie. Okay, I'll catch you later, Chuck Norris. Yeah, Jason X will be one of the hardest costumes. It's arguably not even the most detailed costume, but there is a lot that goes into making that costume happen. Even the Part 9 costume, they're both kind of in the same boat with that. It's a real pain in the ass. Like, I've researched, like, this costume was sort of like something that I've been sort of building on over time, but I have looked into, like, because I don't want to get it wrong. When I do the other costumes, I want all the best stuff right off the bat. So, because I want to do a mashup of Part 3 and Part 4, so it'll be the Part 3 mask near the end of the movie, but before the axe goes into the mask. So that'll be that one, but the face underneath, I want it to be sort of like someone that's watched Part 2, 3, and 4 and sort of take all the best parts of that and put it together into a mask. Because the other thing too, when you actually watch the final chapter, if you pay extra special attention, you will see that Jason actually has hair. Jason has hair on the back of his head. And Tom Savini designed that one, so that's like, you have to obey that one. I did say something, Chuck. I don't know if I actually said bye, but, you know, I acknowledge that you're leaving. So for this chain, I'm going to go some black and some white. I'm going to mix that through first, because I want to see what I want to get the brightness worked out first. That's pretty much it. I might actually make it a little bit lighter this time. Yeah, I will absolutely be. I've pre-ordered the game. I got it on Kickstarter for PlayStation 4. I got the Machete Steel Edition with all the signatures on it, so I'll be doing a video showing that off. I'll be doing an unboxing. I got the digital art book, I got the digital soundtrack, I got the physical art book, I got the physical soundtrack. I got the DLCs for PS4, I got the DLCs for PC, I got the game for PC, and I got the physical game for PC, but I also got the digital. So if the game is a bit late, whether for PC or PS4, I will at least have a digital code for it on the day of release. So there's no waiting for that. I'll go a bit lighter than that. Just a little bit lighter. I was actually thinking to myself that I might actually add a bit of this brown in, but I thought I do kind of want that, because I also do, like, when you look at this chain, is this the right end? Yeah. I've got the grey and I've got the brown. You can see the black where the paint's worn off, which is fine to a degree, but I kind of like, when it starts to get pretty bad, I like to put some of the paint back on. But so you've got the grey and you've got the brown. I was thinking maybe you have like change the grey so the grey is a little bit brown, but I do like having like that sort of contrast, because the grey looks almost bluish when you paint it on. And this is obviously again going to be lighter than what it will dry as. But you can see there's a big difference between the grey and the brown. Yeah, I'll do an unboxing on YouTube. I'll probably do it as a live unboxing, because sometimes, like, I wonder sometimes whether something's actually a true unboxing reaction, or whether they sort of like pre-open it so they know what it looks like, or sometimes they get told what it's going to be in there, like get a bit of a couple screenshots preview and all that sort of junk. So the moment it turns up, I'll do a live unboxing, and then I'll just play the game. But I'll do that as two separate streams. But I'll do the unboxing stream, and then I'll stop that, and then I'll like set up the stream again and actually play the game. So I'm going to play as first part 7. That's a good question. I kind of that's a tough one. You've got me there, actually. Now I actually have to think about it. Why am I actually painting this one? Because this one's going to get messed up anyway. I'll paint it a little bit. Actually, no. I should be painting it last anyway. I can paint the bottom half a little bit and then rub it in. Rub it over. I'm not even mixing the glue stuff so that it dries rubbery. I like when there's a bit of chip here and there. It's just after a while I'm just like, no, I'll repaint it. So the chain's actually probably the most painted one, because there's the least amount of protection on it when I paint it. Because I also want to play part 9. I really like, well, I want to see what part 9 looks like first, but there's a good chance I'm really going to like part 9, because I do like that look of Jason in the movie. The movie was trash, obviously. Someone is looking to do a HD re-release of the movie with the director's stuff taken out of it. So instead of Jason becoming a worm, he actually becomes a big demon worm. He's a much bigger worm this time, and he looks far more impressive. It's a lot more Evil Dead than what we saw in the theatrical release.
But yeah, I'll probably I might start. The first thing I'll probably do. I might play. No. Yeah, no. I definitely want to start. I want my first playthrough to be with part 9. If I'm not too impressed with part 9, I'll probably start as part 7, then part 9, and then the Tom Savini design. Because I sort of want to like christen the game or you know, pop the Friday the 13th game cherry by playing either 7 or 9 first, and then I'll do the Savini one after that. So I guess if someone decides to go Savini first, then they'll beat me to it. But if each match is like 20 minutes long, even if the matches go for the entire time, first 20 minutes, I'll be either 7 or 9, and then the next 20 minutes I'll be 9 or 7, and then the next 20 minutes after that I'll be Savini Jason. So one match each, and then yeah. And yeah, what encouraged me to make the channel? Okay, so this costume has evolved since 2010. It looked almost nothing like what it does now back in 2010. It was the blue clothes. That was the original thing. Well, this is from 2010. The blue clothing that you see in Series 1, 2, and 3, the blue clothes have been around since 2010. Originally, they didn't have all of the tears in it that it has now. And then I had different clothing that I wore underneath. I didn't even originally have the chest or the spine, but I eventually bought really cheap ones, really cheap ones, which I wore as is first, and then I didn't like the colors, so I repainted them. So it went through a lot of changes. But then even the mask that was underneath, it was a generic ghoul mask, but it was only covering the face, so I got one of those swimming caps and I split it, and then I started to I used silicone sealant to fuse the swimming cap to the rest of the mask, and then I would repaint the whole thing over, and then you'd still see my hair sticking out the back of it. So it looked pretty bad. And then I where am I up to on this? Yeah, and then I had, you'll probably also see it in Series 1 to 3. I think I also had like these, oh sorry, no, Series 1 until I got these, so I had the skeleton gloves, and then I had like these, like the same thing as this, but on the ends of these you actually had like cuffs, so I would wear the cuffs, and then I had the skeleton hands. And then I didn't have any knees, so the clothing was just torn up, but without being torn right through so you can see underneath. So actually, and that's the other thing, I'll get around to it in a second, but yeah, so this chain has been around for 7 years, and so in 2014, this is where it got pivotal. So the costume got to a point that it was pretty much like it was when you see my channel in 2015. It was the same costume by that point in 2014. And the Friday the 13th movie that was supposed to come out this year was also supposed to come out in 2012 and in 2013 and in 2014. So that was the problem. I just got tired, like from actually, I think they were probably even. I think they were actually talking about making another Friday the 13th movie in 2010, and there were all these different script ideas. Because the 2008-2009 movie didn't do too well. Yes, I am currently in a relationship. So the remake, it did okay, but it didn't do great. So they wanted to, they were thinking, well, we might do it again. We might do another remake. Then they were thinking Crystal Lake during winter, and all these different ideas. So you had all these different scripts going around, and rumors and stuff like that. But every time they got to a stage where they had a director and they were about to do casting or something, either the director would leave or Paramount would can it for whatever reason, and it would just go back to square one. And it kept happening, and it kept happening. And then in 2014, they canned it again. And I was just like, someone needs to release some Jason content. Like, there was a couple of fan videos on YouTube, and there was actually, the other thing was seeing the live prank on YouTube, because I think I saw that. I don't know whether I saw that before or after I started going on Omegle. But you know, there was, I mean, there's been other pranks, but there was that one prank in particular where he's actually coming up from the lake and scaring people and all that other stuff. Like, you guys know what video I'm talking about probably, but you know, there was all this content, and there was even like full-on parodies, like, you know, Jason working a day job or some stuff like that. And so I'd see these videos as well, and I'd be like, you know, they're okay. There's nothing like inherently wrong with them, but as far as personal taste is concerned, like the costumes weren't too close to the film. I mean, I can't claim mine's much better, but it does, like, for some of the budget that these people had, like, they could have gotten much better masks and stuff like that. And even just the way that they portray Jason just didn't rub me too well. And again, some people can say the same thing about my channel. So I'm like, I think Jason needs a YouTube channel, like a proper, dedicated YouTube channel for Jason. Well, there is the current one that got the Kickstarter funding, which is hike alone, hike alone, something like that. It's a fan movie that is now actually being made, and I actually backed it. I have some faith in it. But again, that's because it's now 2017 and you have everyone's trying to do some Jason content now. But in 2014 and 2015, not so much. It was more just like parody stuff and very, very like prank sort of things. Like, you could have literally just put any other mask on, like the guy that did the Jason Lake pranks. I mean, if you took the lake out of it and just looked at some of the other pranks that he did, you could have put just about any other mask on him, and you could have, you know, instead of a machete, just some other, like, Gurkha knife, whatever, like, you know, some sort of big knife. Oh, hang on. My alarm. We are halfway into the stream. So... yeah, I won't have that. What do I think the weapon will be? There's a couple theories on that. I do think it's going to be sort of a pole axe kind of weapon. So it's going to be like long, and then it's going to have like some some big either scythe or maybe even a hammer, or like a hammer on one end, stabby thing on the other end. Either way, it's going to have some sort of big chunky piece of metal on one end. I'm very sure of it. Okay, I'm liking that now. This one I'll hang up in the ensuite bathroom. But yeah, like, so yeah, 2014, and like, I'd like to see some Jason content, but at the same time, let that dry in there. Okay, so well, I don't know, like, this might only go for another hour, but I'm anticipating it going for another 2 hours because now I'm going to be painting the bone stuff, because there's not as much bone detail, but that could take half an hour to an hour, and then after that I'll be adding the black, and then that'll be it, because then I have to take them outside and give them a protective coating. So we're going back to the hands. And that was the first one done? Yep. Because now it looks very, very plain detailed at the bottom. I mean, you still got all the bumps and everything in the actual piece, but when you compare to the back, it has like a couple variations in color, and then on the front, it's around here anyway, it's just one color. But yeah, I just wanted to see some more Jason-related content. And I didn't have an idea at first of what I wanted to do, because I didn't, like, a lot of my friends have moved into state, and you know, obviously I didn't have any money then, and I don't have any money now for actors or actresses to be involved. And even finding volunteers is very hard. At least in Australia, because not a whole lot of people care about horror in Australia, especially where I live. I'm gonna get some of this brown. Where's that white plate? Ooh, some fan action. So kind of blend these two colors together on the. I think I might have to mix up some more. Oh no, I had the wrong color anyway. Mix those, and then just a touch more black. Or that might not be a touch anymore. No. Oops. Actually, I have to wet it down anyway, so thin it out with a bit of water. There we go. And grab. Okay. Yeah, that's actually another thing. It could be that weapon from part 7, or similar to the one in part 7 where he killed Tina's mother. Could be similar to that. It could, I don't know, like, 'cause there's some sort of like viney looking stuff on it, so it's either vines, you know, holding it together, or some of it could actually be electrical cable, so it could be like a portable weapon with an engine. So that could also be a thing too. I'm gonna actually maybe put this back on here. I'll see how this works. Put that there and over here so you guys can see it like that. And then maybe lean it back a little bit. Put that away now. now that I've shown it off. Yeah, so I wanted to make a channel, and so the biggest problem was something that I could do alone, and do something that can entertain people, that involves some sort of horror, like scaring people or something. And I was looking, so I thought I'll look up scare pranks, and that's where I saw some of the scare pranks that were around at the time. But then I saw Omegle scare pranks, and I saw a couple of channels doing that. And like when I was watching them, I could see how they were doing, how they achieved some of those things. And I thought, well, maybe because I have like guitar pedals and a bit of a microphone and all that sort of setup, that I could probably achieve some of these effects and even do some things that they aren't able to do. So I started going on Omegle, and like at first I was just going on Omegle, just in the costume, and saw how that worked out with the machete that I had and still have. And then I think I might need to wipe a bit more of that off. There we go. Getting a bit of dry mouth now with that fan going. Yeah, so I started going on Omegle, and then I thought, okay, yeah, so I've got the this guitar pedal where I can record sounds into it as well, and then it would be on a loop, but I could also just turn it off and then turn it back on again. And so I hooked my microphone up to it, and I went kill into the mic, even though it absolutely doesn't really sound like it on Omegle or in my videos. That's what I did. I went kill. But once you get some of the effects onto it, like the echo, the reverb, and all that, I tried to emulate the Echoplex that that Harry Manfredini used, but it wasn't easy. And we don't have the same voice, so when Harry Manfredini goes, when he goes kill, it sounds different from when I go kill. So yeah, but I did it anyway. I recorded it into my pedal, and then I went onto Omegle, and it made all the difference. And but I still didn't feel like it was quite right, so I was getting a few reactions, but it wasn't. It was okay, but I felt like I needed even more, so I just started watching the movies more and more and more and more, and just sort of watching 2, 3, 4, just to sort of like, you know, keep to Jason's roots. And then I would watch 6, 7, 8, and 9, or at least the start and the end of 9, and I would watch them when I wasn't on Omegle, and I'd keep going on Omegle, remembering the way that Jason moves and that sort of thing, and all that, and it all started coming together. And then I decided, I think I'm at a point now where I want to start recording this and then start putting it on YouTube. So I started recording on Friday the 13th of March. And yeah, I got a bunch of the reactions that I did, and then but I still wasn't getting like you never, well, at least I never tend to get all the reactions I want in one day. It takes a couple days to a week, but I also, at the time I was also too busy to be on every day, so I was getting reactions, and then I thought I had enough, and then I started putting the video together, a very, very simple video, and then I created the channel on April 1st or March 31st, depending, you know, in Australia it was April Fool's Day, and in America it was the day before. And then, yeah, I uploaded the video, and then I actually had to take it down because it got a copyright strike because someone was listening to music in the background, so I had to cut the music out, re-upload it, and by that point I think it was April 1st everywhere. So it went from trying to premiere on Friday the 13th to realizing I can't make a video in a single day and then just having to release it on April Fool's Day. So it just happened that it was close enough. Well, okay, here's the thing. The engine could be on the stick on the other end, like behind his back. So it doesn't need a big engine. The engine only needs to be roughly the size of a human heart. So like it only has to be about that big on the other end. Just enough to put some fuel into it and then have a ripcord and a fuel line and stuff. It doesn't need a whole lot. That's the magic of power tools. I'll put this Pepsi can back. But I need something to weigh down that plate. Hi Deadpool. Like a Grim Reaper scythe, but with a sharp up and down parts on the bottom. Yeah. Calculate the stick. It looks like a straight stick. So, damn fan. All right. Well, these details are looking a bit more detailed than the last time I did it. I guess because when the inspiration hits you, you end up doing things differently each time. So I'll end up having to do this across the whole hand. Wasn't I meant to do the bones? Well, none of them are damaged, so it's all good. Yep. The bones are fine, so I don't need to repaint them, at least on this hand, so I am fine to keep doing these details. Should also really wet my fingers up again. Hey, Angel. If Michael were to face Jason, who do I think will honestly win? Probably Jason. But if it ever became a movie or a comic, they'd both have to lose. Oh yeah, Deadpool and Deathstroke, lol. Deadpool's meta though, so... And this fan's actually drying out the paint. So I'm gonna have to kill it for a bit. Because I need the paint to stay wet. At least for a little bit longer. I might end up painting some highlights as well. Just so that the black isn't as harsh. Man, people are not gonna like this at the Horror Movie Campout. I have to add some more water to it so it's a bit more like ink than paint, and then I can wipe it off easier. Much better. Oh. So actually, if I show it to you now, like before it was just like basically one color. Now you can see all the dark bits are now darker. So it's not just the fact that the way that the light bounces off it, but it's also just painting it so that it comes up darker. You know a possible way to kill Jason since he can't die. And because that's the thing too, in Jason X, it looked like he was defeated, and of course, like coming back with the nanobots, that kind of, you know, that brought him back. But at the same time, even if there wasn't the nanobots just brought him back sooner. He would have eventually regenerated his tissue. Because the thing with Jason is that he has the same problem as Wolverine and Deadpool. So if you find a way to kill Deadpool and Wolverine, then you'll find a way to kill Jason. Because even though, yeah, Jason suffered a lot of damage, the same as Jason Goes to Hell. Like, even if you do blow up his body, if there's enough of him that remains, like his heart, the heart will possess you to take a nice big chunk out of it, and then his soul will transfer into yours, and then the killing continues until he can find a suitable body to come back as Jason. So you would have to kill all of Jason's living relatives. Actually, even the dead ones. He would only merely have to go to a graveyard. If he runs out of living relatives, he'll just have to go to a graveyard and find some dead relatives. Oh, and Deathstroke. Okay. I never really read too much into Deathstroke, so I know what he looks like, but that's about it. Oh boy. I mean, you could do that. Sever all the body parts, set it on fire. And the fire won't do much extra. And then throw it into the lake. I mean, but yeah, even if he was defeated like that, if the pieces are sitting in the lake, they'll probably all just find their way back to each other and come back together. If there's a paycheck, there's a way to bring Jason back. That's what it ultimately comes down to. Just like she said in Jason X, it always comes down to money. Well, that's the thing too, like, you have to be strong enough to actually cut the parts off. And then I mean, Freddy tried killing Jason, that didn't work out too well, because Freddy got cut to pieces as well. And Freddy also already had the upper hand in the dream world. So if the battle began in the real world, Freddy probably wouldn't have had a chance to take Jason into the dream world. Like if Freddy was brought out of the dream world into the real world without ever fighting Jason in the nightmare world, dream world, whatever, Jason would have absolutely slaughtered him. So what do we got here? Doing the side now. And I'm putting this on as light as I can, sort of, and then wiping it off with either my hands or a bit of tissue. I probably should have started this a week ago so that there'd be less stress, because it's literally like, because I've got other things to do as well, do this, and then if there's still some sunlight, take it out, give it a protective spray, and then give it a few days to dry. So that's something would have been nice to do last weekend, because then I wouldn't have to think about it this week. And because if there was anything I didn't like and had to like sort of redo a bit, because that's happened before when I was less experienced, but now I'm more experienced, so it's easier. But when I had less experience, it's sort of like, you know, do something and then it dries and then I hate it and then I have to go back and do it again. So I just want to get this done and outside and drying properly with a protective coat, and then yeah, get back to doing other things and not have to worry about the horror movie campout until the day, because there's still other things I have to do for that. I also one of those things, least of all, is that I am hitting the treadmill almost every day that I can. Like if I have like at least 10 minutes to spare, I hit the treadmill, and then just to stay fit, like on top of my game. My current thing is that I can do 1 kilometer in 10 minutes, like power walking, or somewhere between power walking and jogging, because you wouldn't be able to call it jogging when you look at how I do it. But basically I want to be able to keep up with people at the horror movie campout when they start running, and I want to be able to do it all day. So the next, I've already done a few days where I keep it up for 10 minutes. Like I don't do like a minute of fast walking and then stop. It's 10 minutes ongoing. So at the horror movie campout, it'll be like 8 hours. So, you know, I don't even remember how many times I've actually like chased people down when they, like, some people get scared, of course, but then some people get scared and start running. And if they run, I start going after them. Like, there's no point in chasing someone if they're not running. But if they run, I go after them. And I keep it true to part 7 and just like walk, but I walk fast. Like part 6, Jason walk fast. So that happens a couple of times within that 8-hour period, and I want to make sure that for every time that someone does run, like I'm fit enough to just chase them each time and keep on their toes, because they still have to dodge. They have to dodge and weave because there's trees and other shit, and they don't want to hurt themselves, obviously. But yeah, I try to keep it true to the movies, but you definitely have to keep your cardio up really well. So every spare minute that I have to do that, it's exactly what I do. So if I can do maybe an 80-minute fast walk, which is what I'm building up to, that's probably the best, because that means, I mean, it only takes, when I'm chasing someone, it probably only takes 1 minute to chase them down. If that happens 8 times a day, that's 8 minutes that I have to be able to walk that fast. So, you know, yeah, if it happens, if I chase them down for like, ooh, thank you, Steph. Where are you? Put your name in the thing so I can read your name. But you did a thing. Which one was the kill? So that was a follow. Thank you for the follow, or subscribe. That was probably a subscribe, actually. Thank you for subscribing. And everyone else who's already subscribed to this channel, obviously, thank you very much. Yeah, so if I'm chasing someone down for like maybe a minute, because they give up by then, their fear level raises too much and they just can't run anymore. So, yeah. If I chase, oh, so that other one was something else then. So, Clarissa Gamer just subscribed. Clarissa something. Thank you for the subscribing. What was the other one? It might have been a Twitch follow. Yeah. So, yeah. So if one person runs per hour for the 8 hours that I'm doing it, that's 8 minutes that I have to be able to do it. If 3 people, or if 2 people end up running from me, then I'll have to have like 16 minutes of power walking fitness, and then just general fitness, like when I'm not running in between. So I have to be able to like walk all day. I have to have the fitness to walk for 8 hours a day, as well as power walk, giving chase, and keep up with them. So that's a lot of fitness for a regular person, especially someone like me that actually spends a lot of time in front of the computer instead. Like, I wasn't ever slow in high school, but I wasn't any of the best runners either. Although I could run fast backwards, faster than some people could run forwards, and that helps. And it helped that I like doing things like that, because it just looks cool. And so, like, being able to walk almost as fast as people that are running, especially when they're trying to run and not trip over or run into a tree or something like that. So, yeah, I want to still be able to breathe and all that in between chasing after people. And the fact that I'm doing it out of costume on the treadmill, but then I have to do it in costume on the day, so I always have to be much fitter on the treadmill to compensate for the fact that I'll be wearing a costume all day. Because that's really going to be what tests me, is being able to do it in costume. All right, doing the back of this, obviously. I move that out of the way a little bit. I wish I could actually just have this like propped up a little higher for you guys, but you know, obviously I try to make up for it by chatting with you guys. So Jason regenerated from the original part of Jason Head, and then there were two in the fight. Oh, is that the Jason versus Jason X thing? I never really paid attention. Does Jason speed walk, regular, walk, slow, walk, or does he run? Okay, so in part 2, you actually see him run across the road in front of the police. And that's the thing, like there's a bit of a Mandela effect with the Friday the 13th series where people don't quite remember things like Jason actually ran in the earlier movies. Or jogged, you know. He moved at very different speeds depending on what part of the movie you're thinking of. But yeah, some people just think, no, he never ran. He never ran. It's like, oh, you either didn't see all the movies or you forget very quickly. Yeah, I wish I could come to America and do it as well. One day, once my channel is a big enough size that I can do all that sort of stuff, that's exactly what I'll do. So in part 2, you actually see him run across the road in front of the cop car, and then the cop comes out and starts chasing after him. At that point, Jason's just doing a very fast walk back to his shack, and then the cop eventually catches up to him, but I mean, he doesn't see Jason, but he finds the shack, which I guess was sort of the intent, leading him back to it. And then the cop investigates the shack, and then he finds his mother's shrine, and then kills him. Spoilers. I mean, what else do you think was going to happen to the cop? You find where Jason lives, you're gonna die. But then, toward the end of the second movie, Jason has the he's chasing after Ginny with, I don't remember. I know he has a pickaxe at the end, but before that, he has a different weapon. I can't remember which, but he's jogging with that weapon. At first, he's actually moving a lot faster, but then, as he's sort of losing her, he kind of slows down a bit, I guess, so he can like focus a bit more. But there are some parts, like when he sees where she is, he moves fast. When he loses track of her, like he obviously doesn't want to waste his energy running in one direction if he's not finding her. But obviously when he knows he's caught up, he's gonna, you know, pick up the pace, because you don't want to waste energy when you haven't found someone. And then in part 3, even after getting stabbed in the hand and stabbed in the leg, he's actually hobbling, jogging after Chrissy. So yeah, it could actually it could be the cop, it could be several people that died in the second movie. There were actually already dead bodies in that room as well, like other dead bodies. So there's like, you know, the cop, Alice I think is there as well from the first movie, because he killed her at the beginning of part 2. And just other people that just go missing that, you know, Crystal Lake just doesn't talk about. So I think Jason's killed a lot more people than the movies actually explicitly say, because man's got to eat. And obviously they try to warn people from not going to certain areas because they know people go missing there. And they know why. They're just not saying why. They even implied it in the remake when that guy went to the old woman's house and she's just like, don't go near Crystal Lake. Is that going to do for this? No. I've got a little bit more to go on this arm. But yeah, part 3, he hobbles, chasing after Chrissy. And then in part 4, when he's running between the houses, chasing after Jarvis's sister. I can't remember. I know one's Trish. I don't remember if Trish is his sister or his mom, but I think it's Trish. Trish Jarvis is his sister, I think. When he chases her between the two houses, he's moving fast there too. Like, I think that's the fastest he ever ran when he was after Trish. I think that's gonna be it. It's actually kind of darker on this side, or at least along the underside of the arm. I might have to actually darken that up a bit. And then yeah, when Jason goes undead killer, then everything changes again, and he has that shift ability. But I think even to an extent, Jason's sort of always had that ability, but could never understand it fully while he was still sort of technically alive. But, you know, killing him and then bringing him back to life clearly brought some potential into him. Potential that he was able to fully realize. Yeah, he killed hundreds and hundreds of people. I think either before the remakes or something, Jason's final kill count is actually Freddy's kill count and Michael's kill count combined. Just so happens. I'm gonna paint over that, but I'm gonna have to come back to that and fix it up, because I only just finally noticed that there is a bit of bone on the tip of this glove that's come off, so I'm gonna have to make up some bone paint and fix that. But I'm just gonna give it a black coat for now, just so it has an undercoat, and then paint the bone over the top of it. Alright, I look creepy. Thanks. Oh wait, no. Oh, Phantom Bat. Really? Okay. Actually I might... How wet is this? Yeah, that's wet enough. Okay, splash it over. And then, whoop, don't want to get that on the neck prosthetic. Put that way, and quickly wipe off the excess. It's always so nerve-wracking. Like if it doesn't come out the way I like, I just have to like go back over it all over again. Like clean that part up again more, which, nope, it's not going to let me. I might actually go back over this with a lighter color to make up for all the dark. But for now, I'm going to keep going with the dark colors. Get it into all the grooves. And then wipe it off. Imagine me, Jason, holding a record of killing like a bunch of people. Yeah, is that the monster from Doctor Who? No, this is. I can't imagine what monster you would be thinking of from Doctor Who, except maybe, at the very least, I can't even remember their name. They're a classic monster. Most of them are still classic monsters. well, the ones that they brought back for the 50th anniversary and some of the episodes after that. Put another strip on. That's much better. So that should look very consistent. What do you think, guys? And even just the way that the skin is compared to the bones, like you can see the skin's really shiny and then the bone's just like a matte finish. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I'm pretty happy with that turnout. I might patch up a few things here and there. Actually, I'll do that now because I do have some of that color remaining in there. So I'll wash this off, but I won't use it for the moment. But I'll let the glue that's on there wash away. Happens a long time ago at Galaxy Far Away. So I'm going back to this lighter color and I'm going to fix up where some of the blacks on there where I'm not exactly happy about here. Patch that up just very lightly over the top, just so it mostly just touches the outer surface, the sort of veiny chunky bits that are sticking out. Very, very lightly. They don't want it to go into the cracks. At least not a whole lot anyway. All these tiny details that you guys can probably barely see on the camera, but in real life it's just, yeah, it makes all the difference. Actually, down here is probably more obvious if I paint there. But brush is a bit wet in that spot, so I'll try to dry it up on the cardboard. Well, I should have done that on the plate. And then stick it back in here. And then is there, and go down this side, and then across there. Alright, I'll catch you in the next stream, Deathstroke 580. Oh, okay. I get what you mean. Darky player? Thank you for subscribing, Archer. Or Asher. Is that like the Rammstein song? Asher, so Asher. Okay. Now onto this arm, which means I can clean this one up again. Actually, I'll be using some of the water from that. Try to make that wet, more wet again, because it was starting to really dry up on me. I can't have it do that just yet because I might need that to go back over the details. Get this one again, grab some more of the dark paint onto this. I might actually try, because that's also the left arm, I'll pull this out and give you guys a better look at what I'm doing. I'll pull this up so I don't get any paint on my sleeves, even though the paint's the same color as my clothes right now. Alright, try to do this. Oh, cool story, Era Sans. Oh. I'll face this way as well. Hey, Samantha. Just doing a painting stream. Alright, I'm gonna wet that up. I can still feel that it's got plenty of glue in it, so it'll stick. And, well, it'll dry rubbery instead of flaky, stiff and flaky. Alright. I'll start with this end. Just start painting in the cracks. And wipe it away. Not much, Hunter Boy. Just painting up the costume. Give it a nice fresh coat just in time for Horror Movie Campout. And so I can start recording Series 5 with a fresh coat of paint. Alright. Give that a wipe over. Cool. Alright. Get a bit more paint on. I've even, sorry I missed your last two streams. That's okay, Samantha, it's just, yeah, you know, just getting ready for the weekend. It is a shame that you're too young for the Horror Movie Campout. You'd probably really like it. But, you know, I'm sure that it's going to keep going for a few years, and as long as they're still going, I'll keep showing up as Jason, so yep. Make the thing more alive, and in real life you can't appreciate much details while you're running. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have plenty of fun at the Horror Movie Campout. I wish that could be my channel, because the amount of people I scare at the Horror Movie Campout, like in a single evening, I scare way more people than I could scare in 8 hours on Omegle. So it's like 8 hours at Horror Movie Campout, heaps of people. Amount of people I scare at on Omegle, not so much. Like a fraction. Even in 8 hours of going on Omegle. I mean, it depends though, like some days I get good days, but some days aren't so good days. So you have to try every day. In the moment, I cannot do that. There is actually another event that I'll be at in the same place. It's a bit north of Sydney. It's the Zombie Run. And I'll be doing that. I won't be Jason there though. I have no idea what they're gonna have me do at this point actually. I gotta catch up with them and find out. Yeah, no, that's fine, Shockwolf. People gotta eat. Well, I wish I could be filming there. They will have their own photographer person, but whether they are in the right place at the right time is always questionable, because they never really have been. Like, especially like the best scares that Freddie and I got at Sydney last year, no one seemed to have filmed it, or at least no one that I think people did film it, but it never ended up online. Which, I mean, it would be really bad for the girl that we scared, but everyone else would be entertained. Because she was crying so much, and like I started to feel bad. But when I left, I saw Freddie was coming my way, and I kind of like walked up and I was just like close enough so no one else could hear me, and I was just like, hey, see that blonde girl over there by the brunette at that table? She gets scared real good. And then I walked off. Because, you know, you got to stay in character, but like, you know, when you can get close enough that no one else can hear you talking, you just kind of like, yeah, like one of the other scare actors, and it's just like basically tagged him in. It's like, I just scared this girl real good, now it's your turn. And man, she was terrified, absolutely terrified. And the thing too, okay, and this is a special thing. Oh, hey, Horror Gal. Oh, no, but she'd be going to like the Adelaide one. The Sydney one is where I'll be this weekend. If she's going to go to any of them, she'll be going to the Adelaide one, or she'll go to the one in Melbourne, because that's like the most convenient ones. And yes, I will be making a new horror outfit. It'll still be Jason for me anyway. Like, I will be finding other people. Like, I will be bringing, hopefully be bringing Michael and Freddie back to my place at the end of this weekend. And then hopefully a victim as well. But just gonna wipe that clean. Yeah, because Spooky lives in Perth, so yeah, I actually looked at it. The distance between Sydney and Perth is the distance between New York and Los Angeles. It's almost identical. Australia is as wide as America, so the distance is roughly the same. Going to Adelaide for Spooky would be about the same as going from what's a little west from Miami, because you got like Miami, and then you got some other things. You got like Texas, but like whatever that bit between Miami and Mexico. What's that bit at the south end there? Like New Orleans, or what's? Yeah, some in the middle there. That's the distance between Perth and Adelaide. Would be the same as Los Angeles to the south. You know, I know California to Florida is coast to coast, but between Florida and Mexico, whatever those states are in the dead center south, that's the distance. There's a chance your PS4 is still on. Yeah, it is actually still on. I can see it. I tend to leave it on. It's a bad habit, but no, that's never happened, Shockwolf. I've never scared someone so bad, and no one's reacted in ever such a way that made me laugh and break character. I've always managed to stay in character. If I can tell someone's not going to be scared and they're being very cynical, saying that Jason never takes his mask off, or he never does this, or he never does that, when it's something that he does do, then like I'll break character and tell them they're a moron. But that's about it. There's one guy that left a comment on my video saying that I was actually mad because I didn't scare him, and it's just like, not scaring people is like a very common thing. It's not that I'm mad, it's probably because he said something moronic as well. I can't stand morons. I'm really bad for that. And it's not that I'm like mad, but I just like, I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Like, when someone actually like tries to go, oh, that's not how it is, this is how it is, like as if they're like they know it all, and then it's like, actually, no, you don't know it all, you're a moron. Sorry. I'm sorry to break it to you, but you're actually a moron. My electricity bill's always high. Yeah. Yeah, what state is in the South Middle? Is it like Alabama or something, or? So far so good. It could be a little darker. But it's always tricky with this arm because it doesn't have the same... The textures are very different on both arms. A new outfit to make people laugh. No, I'm going to stick to scaring people. Texas? Is Texas the lowest? It'd probably be like whatever the south capital is of Texas, because I know Texas has Houston, and I'm sure there's another like big city in Texas. I can't remember it though. But yeah, the most southern part of Texas is where you would find Adelaide, because I think Houston would be where Alice Springs would be. Oh yeah, they are thick. Like, I mean, I don't have the thickest arms, but the guy that made these, he's maybe a little bit shorter than me, but he's a very stocky guy, and he's got very, very short fingers. I think it was molded off of his own hand, whereas my fingers can fit over a 7-string guitar, which is over there, which I have to restring. But yeah, I like my guitar strings, and I like my guitar bridges. Wait, bridges? Yeah, like I like my women thick. Dallas, Austin, so about halfway across the US distance. Yeah, well, for her to get to Adelaide, that would be it. But for her to get to from Perth to Sydney would be LA to New York. So the most convenient one for her would be travel half the distance, and then I travel half the distance, and then we meet at the Adelaide one. Or Melbourne. I think it's cheaper to go to Melbourne than it is to Adelaide. I don't know. Melbourne's a little bit further than Adelaide. It's in a different state, but depending on the airline's mood, you might get a cheaper Melbourne flight from Perth than you do Adelaide. So, but yeah, the next time, the next Adelaide one, the next Adelaide one would be how long would it take to finish? Well, I've already given them the first coat in the places that were having trouble, where not so much this hand but the other one, it was having trouble with where holding the machete would wear it down. So this is actually adding the next sort of layer of just making it darker in all the creases. So yeah, that's always the thing too. Like, these aren't the most expensive out there. Like, you get silicone ones and they're expensive, but they do pretty much all the work for you. But when you get latex or rubber gloves like this, you don't always get the best paint job, but you at least, like where they paint, it's a bit of an indicator. So if you're not too bad at painting, your best bet, even if it doesn't look that great online, like if the shape is great but the color not so great, but you're like, you know what, I could get some like what is this paint again? Acrylic paint and some Pax glue or whatever, like whatever glue sort of works for you. Fabric kind of glue. You know, you mix that up. You have some water on hand so that your paintbrush doesn't get stuck with all the glue. And you mix the glue and the paint together, and you just, you know, do some dry brushing over the top. Like you give it a base coat of the color that you want, and then you just do some dark colors over the top into the creases, and you just like dab that in, and then you get some light colors and dab that in. And what I might also do, depending on how long I feel like doing this stream, there's another brush in here. This one I'm going to do for the spattering. So that's where I'll get like a couple different things and just kind of like over the top with some different variations of brown, just to give it a bit more, you know, do a bit of that to give it a bit, just a little bit of that extra, a bit of that guy at the end when he does the salt thing at the end. Hell yeah, a bit of that extra. Dank memes. So what do you got here? Yeah, so I've already done this one. I'm kind of halfway through doing this one. But I don't think I'm going to get this quite as dark, just because the details on it are different. But I'm going to try to fill as many creases as I can anyway. It's just a real pain because they aren't really that deep. Like, well, they kind of are, but like it's really a lot more bumpy. Whereas this one, it's like really, I don't know. You look at that one, and just it has like a lot going on. Whereas this one looks more like, I don't know, it's just sort of thicker bumps instead of thinner bumps, at least on the back. And even the front, it's kind of like thicker, but at least the details are starting to come up, at least. This arm has always annoyed me. I mean, I love the gross variation between the two gloves, but the approach, not so much. I just gotta paint around parts and then cover it over. But yeah, no, Samantha, after I'm done with the, like, I'll see how I go, but after I'm done with this, depending on where the sun's sort of pointing through the trees and the woods here, I'm going to be taking these out, giving them a spray with a protective coat. This is alright. Over here, well, I'll paint inside there first to make it more obvious once I wipe it off. But yeah, I'm going to be very, very ridiculously busy for the next, yeah, what does it say? I've got 2-3 days left on the donations thing, and then yeah, after that, going to be buying a few extra materials for Omegle, whatever I can get my hands on, and then I try to get this whole room set up so that the next morning we all just come back here. I hope, just come back, guys. Come back with me, go on Omegle. They love it, they absolutely love it. It just depends on how they feel the next morning after the camp out. So yeah, so hopefully we can all just come in, put the costumes almost on, and just like, and then wire the microphones and headphones through the shirts and clip into the shorts and all the other good stuff you got to do, and then have them go on Omegle. If I only still have the two, oh, I'll catch you later, Hunter Boy. Yeah, I would actually like to like travel and scare people. That would be fun. Just gotta have the money to do it. My job doesn't pay that well. It's enough for like rent and enough for food and electricity and internet and all the rest, but not much change after that. I mean, it took me 5 years to even get this costume to where it was by the time I started doing the Omegle videos, and then it took me another year and a half before I got better clothing, and you know, all the money that I've had to spend on painting this. Like, this isn't the first time I've painted these. Like, they just keep deteriorating and I have to keep replacing the latex and everything else like that. It's not as expensive as buying them all over again, but it's still expensive over time. And it's all about, like, I don't want to wait for people to make new ones and ship them to me, so yeah. So I don't know when I'm going to have another Jason costume. I don't know when I'm going to have a victim. I don't know anything at this point because I don't have money to just throw at it and just say, yep, now it's happening. I don't have that convenience. It's just a very, very expensive hobby. Like, cosplay is an expensive hobby in the first place. This was originally just cosplay, and then I decided to make a YouTube channel around it. And yeah, it's not cheap. Wish I could go. Horror movies are great. Friday the 13th. Yeah. Just painted that little groove in there. I don't like much of the paint that I've just put through out there, but I can still paint over it after I'm done with this. Paint in there. And the crazy thing is too, like, when you start out painting these, it takes forever. And it still takes forever. But will you ever make a vlog channel or gaming channel where you just stick to this sort of stuff? Just wondering. No, I'm probably just going to keep it variety. Like, originally it was just Omegle. But yeah, I don't, like, if I start doing vlog stuff, then then that kind of involves my face. I don't really want to do it as Jason, and I don't really see much of a thing for vlogging anyway. Like, I'm not going to do a story time. I'm not going to talk about, like, I'm not going to put like dedicated videos about what my favorite pizza topping is. It's Hawaiian. It's pineapple, by the way. So I know that must be shocking. Your world is crumbling down around you because I like pineapple on pizza. But the thing is, like, you wouldn't have, like, I wouldn't put pineapple on like a traditional like supreme pizza. I would put it on a ham and pineapple pizza, or like ham and chicken pineapple pizza. But I wouldn't, like, if there's a pizza that's got like capsicum and mushrooms and onion and all that other sort of stuff on it, like a typical pizza, whatever you call it across the world, we call it supreme or whatever. But like, I wouldn't put pineapple on that. But if it's ham and onion and cheese and like chicken, like, those are the only things. Like, if any of those or all of those are on the pizza, if any or all of those are on the pizza, I will put pineapple on it. Otherwise, I wouldn't. Like, I wouldn't do that to someone. And then some people are like, oh, but you know, who could eat a whole pizza to themselves? This guy right here. Yeah, Cheap Tuesdays. I can't remember. Is it Domino's or Pizza Hut? I can't remember who. It's, or Eagle Boys. I think it could be Eagle Boys. Who does Cheap Tuesday? It's been so long. But yeah, like I can have the pizza to myself, and usually I at least know one other person that likes Hawaiian. So then that's like one pizza, two people. That's easy. That is so easy. So yeah, and KFC, exactly. KFC, man. Oh man, like KFC burgers with like the KFC burger where it's like chicken, bacon, and pineapple. Like if you can do that, then you can have chicken and bacon and cheese on a pizza. If you can do it on a burger, you can do it on a pizza. It's as simple as that. I'll probably put one there. Try to remember to keep this in focus on screen. There's so many like bumps and everything else. There we go. I think that's as close as I'm going to get this one to look like that one. Yeah. Yeah, that's... wait. Do I get it over here? Yep. Okay, so I'm missing some around this side. Yeah, no, the gaming, I'll definitely be doing the gaming on this channel because it'll fill the time between like between the Omegle videos and any other videos that I do. So there's no real point in putting it on another channel. It'll just end up in another playlist. So you just have one channel to remember, one channel to subscribe to, one channel to remember to click that notification bell for. And that's basically it, one channel. Because once the game comes out, whenever that might be in the next couple weeks or within the next month, I will be playing that. And when I'm not playing that, I'm going to be on Omegle. And yeah, that's basically what's going to be happening. So I will be playing the game a lot between when it comes out and June. And then when June happens, that's when the videos should start coming out again. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. That's when all the videos should start coming out for Omegle. Hopefully I can get some other videos out before that, but otherwise it's just going to be playing the game. Oh, I haven't finished with this one yet. I got to go back over some of the highlighted areas with this one. Wipe that off a little bit. Just mostly up around the fingers here. Yeah, definitely. If you can manage it, do it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And the way that they like when you're playing the game, you can go into like a party thing, like a private match, where the host can decide who plays Jason. So if you're the host, you can decide whether you want to be Jason or not. But you choose, if it's like a public match or whatever the case may be, well, whether it is a public or a private match, you go into it, you pick which counselor you prefer, and you pick which Jason you'd prefer. And then when the match starts, it randomly picks who gets to play Jason. So even if you wanted to be a counselor, sometimes you end up as Jason. There we go. Yeah, no, I can understand that. Like, I actually went in halves with my girlfriend so that we can actually get the Machete Steel Edition and a couple of other things, well, with the signatures and stuff. And then since then, like, I haven't even bought many games over the last year. All of it has been pretty much just getting other copies of the Friday the 13th game so I can play it on PC and play it on PS4. And so my girlfriend can play it on PC as well. I don't know if she's going to get a PlayStation 4 herself. She says she's going to, but yeah. But we could play a private match if a lot of friends have to get used to the game. I never played it in beta. Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. Like, a lot of people end up joining a match with me. So there's always going to be a full lobby to be able to join. So you're never really going to have a match with like 3 or 4 people. Almost never. I'm pretty happy with that, I guess. Alright, I'll move this out of the way very carefully. The paint's mostly dry on that one, so it's not a big issue. This one, I think there's a few parts that I kind of want to still looking at it again after washing my hands, seeing it under a different light. Hang on, I have to look at it first before I bring it in front of the camera. I have to get a good look. Okay, there. Across there, just ever so lightly. Over here. Across there. Along here. On top of that little bit. There. Right, take another look. Sometimes you gotta step back properly and make sure the light hits it a certain way so you can see where some details might have got fudged a bit. It just looks better and better each time I put it in front. Yeah, the new Jason. I've already got all of that. Oh, hey Sylvia. No, I definitely understand where you're coming from, Samantha. I love Jason too. Not in a weird way. Maybe in a little bit of a weird way, but not in a weird way. Although most people would. Most people, if people that know me in real life kind of find it weird anyway. Normal people will say it's weird. And you know the kind of normal people I mean. There we go. Okay. I think I'm happy with that now. I mean, that'll look extra cool on Omegle. And it looks pretty good in real life. Everything looks better on camera. I really like the way that it looks on camera. But it still looks pretty good in real life as well. Alright. Wipe those up. Now I gotta do the tiniest bit of bone white paint for that one little bit of finger that it kind of, I wish I didn't have to mix a new paint for it, but it's a bit different from the ones I've already created, so I can't really borrow from them. Oh, got a bit of brown on the actual tube of paint. Yellow, 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 yellow. Or cream at least. Where is it? That one's dry. Where are the other paints? I don't know whether they've fallen out or whether they've just disappeared. Is there going to be a way that I can do this? Well, let's see what it looks like, because I only have to do the tip. So if I can, maybe if I just, hang on, which one is it? This one. Okay. The other tips are fine. Yes, yes, yes. So it's literally just this one. So I'll paint that. I'll add a little bit more brown to it. A little bit too much on the brown front. A bit of white back in. Yep, I think that's about right. Because I don't want it too close, because I ain't gonna make it really black in a moment. And I also have to add the glue into this one as well. Oh, get it right on the brush. Mix it through. What? The tip? What? Will you be streaming next weekend? Another one? Oh, so yeah, the weekend coming, of course, I'll be at the Horror Movie Campout, so I won't be able to do that one. But the next weekend afterwards, I should be able to. Because I'll definitely want to talk about the Horror Movie Campout the weekend after. And if things go well on Omegle and all that sort of stuff, so, and there'll also be the stuff that happens at PAX this weekend, so I have a lot to talk about next weekend. Alright, so I'm just gonna do a quick wash, even while it's actually still wet. But I kind of dry brushed it on, so it should, if I got good enough at this. Just wiped off the corner of the finger there. There we go. That's looking pretty good. And then I'll just lightly go in on the corners there. A bit more. And then dab it down again. Excellent, excellent. Oh boy. How much does a full costume cost? The pair of arms here were $75. The chest was $75. The spine was $75. The knees were, well, both knees were $75. So the knees and the arms are $150. And then the chest and the spine is another $150 again. So that's $300 for just the prosthetics there. The mask, like the head mask, I think that set me back $75 as well. It was very consistent in the cost. I can't remember whether I'm speaking in American costs or Australian costs either, so because it's been a while. Like most of this stuff I bought between 2010 and 2015, so but I know it was about $75. I don't even think that's including postage, because then once you do postage, it's much worse if you're from Australia, not so much if you're from America. But yeah. Oh, I was gonna paint some of the bone on the knees as well. Oh, actually, I have to paint the black on the knees first, and then I'll have to find the yellow and the other cream colors. But yeah, and then the clothing, I use Stubby's brand because it's cheaper than King G, but it's still expensive. Hello, paints, where did you go? I keep them all under my bed, so they shouldn't have gone anywhere. If anything, where's that other? There's one more place they could be. Oh. Jackpot. Oh, all the colors of the world. Okay, 1, 2, sienna, no. There's that other color. File not found. Okay. They've got the light skin tone pinkish color. I think I ran out of the other one because it did work so well, but I can bring it back. So now that I've got this bony color, I might come back to this one. Even though the variation's not even that different, but it will be once you start comparing it to the knee. So I'm just gonna drop a little bit, tiniest bit of yellow in, and the lid's broken. Just snap it off and then break the paint off and stick it back on. There. I'll make it fit. Okay. Clean the brushes. Okay. Mix that up. That would be perfect if I didn't have to add more, just so I can make sure everything's painted. So I just got to remember more of the same. So that, and then try not to overdo it with the brown again. Wait, not that one. That one's empty. Do I have another one of that down there? I hope so. That one. And just another little dab of yellow, just a little bit, tiniest bit that I can get out of it. There we go. Alright, do you like my profile pic to YouTube? No, I can't see it at the moment. It's actually, I can see it over on the other screen because I'm actually looking at the chat on a 50-inch screen, so I can still read it. What do we got here? Alien? It looks like Alien from a very front-on view, and then Joseph Stalin has a dog, and then Michael Myers has like a kind of almost side profile, but not quite side profile of Michael Myers. Okay. So let's see if I can mix this up, and it turns out slightly darker than what I want. But the tone's right. I like the tone, I just need to make it whiter. Drop. Never want to add too much white or too much black. You want to do it at intervals so that it doesn't end up too much. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this one and just paint that on. And I'll let that dry this time before I come back to it. Now, I didn't add any glue, but the black wash over the top will do, I guess. Oh, I know, but it already had glue in it. Okay, that's fine then. Alright, now... Okay, good, it is Alien. I'm not going blind. So I'm gonna start painting this on. You got some brown from the original paintwork. So today I'm just gonna cover that over. That is actually very bright. I'm slightly concerned. There are some yellow tones in there that I'm not quite getting yet, so I might just the tiniest bit more yellow, and then white to make it dull. And then swirl it through so that it doesn't just swell. Alright, let's test that one before we come back to the camera. Good. Alright, I'll wipe some of that off and then come back with the new color. Yeah, I've seen a couple of the trailers. I know I've seen all of them. I'm just gonna... I should probably wet wash some of this. There we go. Because I don't want to entirely replace the old paint job. Unless it's a spot that's actually kind of missing a whole chunk, in which I have to, like up here, I can see that there's a bit of original this material showing underneath. So I'm just going to dab that over the top. But then right there, these are a bit heavier. And then I'll pat it down with this. Get it all nice and and then I'll do the same here. Just spot it on, and then where I've kind of removed some of it from that one spot, just pat it over and blend it. Pat, blend. There we go. So good. Yeah, not to be mistaken for the other dab. Jason doesn't dab. Jason stabs. There's a very big difference between the two. I've wanted to do a video where someone tries to actually teach Jason to dab, and then he just ends up stabbing them. I think that's the right way to... Because like if I'm meant to do sort of parody videos, I want it to actually have like a very sinister tone to it. I don't want it to ever feel like light toned. If you've ever seen Shad Shorts, that's the direction I would go in. But I'll go back over that with a bit of black, just to bring out the details. I don't know why they've look at, he's painted the bone brown. I've just never really addressed it and fixed it. So I guess I'll just do that today while I'm streaming it. I won't do it all the way, like, because I guess some of it's supposed to be sort of like sort of trying to blend it back to the shadow, or just have like some of the meat. Actually, that might have been what he was going for. Hang on, I'll remove some of it, so we get a bit of a mix of bone with flesh still attached. Yeah. I see where he was going with that. But you can see here, there's, wait, right there. I gotta put some, I missed a spot earlier when I was doing the other, painting the skin up. Where's my favorite Jason kill? I have a video on that. I don't think I even made it like a top. Well, I made it like a top, like my top 13 in a list video, but it was in no real particular order because I love almost every kill equally. But I just have different reasons why I love them. I don't think there's a real clear favorite for me. A little bit of that. Is that in frame? There we go. Okay, that definitely needs to be a little bit darker as well. So I'll grab the black. That's blue, a very dark blue. Grab that, drop it in. Oh, there was actually a bit more tear, so I'll just fill that in. There we go. And then just slightly darken the brown there. Oops. There. And then it just tucks itself away. Okay, so it's a bit, you can't really tell as much because you got all the different lights showing off and everything, but just sort of add some dark areas here and there, especially around the edges. Definitely do it back down here as well. It's kind of dried now. Another reason why I'm just not like putting out Omegle videos every single day is that I gotta spend time doing this every now and then. Like, if it's a particularly hot, sweaty day, and some of the paint starts to wear off after like a week or two, I gotta like take the time out and redo it. Like, especially if there's an event coming up that I have to go to or something else like that, I gotta make sure that that it's in tip-top shape. Because I was literally wearing this. I wore it during the beta, and I'll be wearing it during when the game comes out. Oh, jeez, I didn't even notice that right under there. Where is it? There we go. You can see a little after. Oh, that's actually quite bad. So just. This is why you got to paint with a bit of glue, because then when it dries, it's a bit more rubbery and it can sort of bend with it instead of cracking so much. But even glue eventually sort of just becomes so dry that it loses its flexibility over time. Just gonna go over this bit a little bit. Actually, where it is actually a little bit bumpier, I might have the bone stick through the skin again. So you've got a favorite kill of Michael Myers. I'd say the one where he sticks his thumb in the guy's head. I can't remember which one that is. It's probably, I want to say 6. The Curse of Michael Myers. I think that's when he stuck his finger into the guy's head. Tap on, tap it. Wipe that part off, wipe that part off. Dab it on there. I just gotta really get in there. I'm probably not gonna be able to do it with this brush. Over here I can, but not over there. I'll do it with the other brush in a minute. Everything else about this one seems fine, so I'll put that down. I'll hang it up on the tripod where the other one is and pull the other one off. Was it part 4? Yeah, he's in, I think it was, yeah, in the ambulance, and he just jams his thumb into the guy's head. Okay, that's cool, Samantha. I'll catch you next time. Well, I'll see you later in 20 minutes. Man, even this side, there's some paint missing. Oh god, and underneath. Oh boy, it's one of those days. I was actually supposed to do a full inspection of these and write it down, like every single little thing that I got to do, so that when I start streaming it, it's straightforward. But no, nothing I ever do is straightforward. Okay, so yeah, part 4, that's the first one with Jamie Lloyd. Because I know I've got number 6 on VHS and number 4 on VHS, and I used to watch them, so it was either going to be one of those two. There we go. And then once I'll finish doing a light wash on this part, and then I'll go back over both with some black. Actually, well, while I've got the bone color, I'll go and do the well, actually, while I've got the this color, I'll get in and fix some of the other parts underneath and some of the black. Then I have to go back over this with black. When you finish Resident Evil, will you stream a Mortal Kombat vid? I might do, Samantha. People ask me to do Outlast. I haven't even bought it yet. I've got the demo for Outlast 2, but yeah, everything stream-wise kind of hinges on the Friday the 13th game, and also like trying to make my own deadline for the Omegle videos, because I want to start putting the videos out starting June, and be able to finish by October 13th for the Omegle videos. So it's going to be all very tricky timing, and so I have to be very careful what I spend my time on. It's not even always just being about it's not always just about being busy, but it's just using my time wisely. Because if I'm not careful, I'm just not going to be able to make certain deadlines and stuff like that, and it's starting to look kind of plain at the moment, but yeah. I'm going to go back to this one, revisit this, because I feel like I need to do that. Just give that a bit more of a wash there. Up there's fine. Okay. So I'm going to come back to this one with a dark but wet wash, and go under the knee again, because the game's going to be great, but yeah, I even have to be careful as well. Like, I wish I could just like stream Friday the 13th the game and then that be it, but I want to keep doing Omegle videos, of course, so I have to be careful how many days I spend streaming the game, because I like, obviously there's going to have to be people that stream the game more than I do, so I won't even be the quote-unquote quintessential channel to watch for streaming it. That'll probably end up going to Laphin, Charmin, Prodigy X, H2O Delirious. All of those guys will be the ones probably playing a bit more than I will be. But, you know, they'll obviously want to do other videos as well, obviously. But I can see them being a big focus for Friday the 13th, the game, for a while. Because, yeah, they're big horror fans, so that's what they're going to be doing. But, you know, I've still got to do Omegle videos, and I've got to do a little bit more in here. Got to remember to keep things in frame. I got to remember, where is the center? So there. Okay. But then I want it. Okay. So I got to like visually like imagine here. So sort of in front of the hand, actually. But yeah, I gotta remember to always like make sure that I spend enough time on Omegle, because if I don't finish all of the principal filming by mid-May, mid-May. I gotta finish mid-May, and then I have to start doing the editing, because that's a whole process in itself, because I try to keep the reactions sort of even across all videos, because in the first series you ended up having like some videos that were always much funnier than some of the other videos. Like some of the other videos I didn't have a good week, some videos I did have a good week. So starting from the second series, also because I was actually very, very busy in my real life at the time as well, still very busy. Like I wanted to make sure that I recorded as many reactions as I could first, and then mix the good weeks with the bad weeks in a kind of way, so that when I release the videos, like you might have, like I might have, for example, when I was recording Series 2, I started in June? No, actually I would have started before that. I would have started, it was one year. So I would have started March, and I filmed until about September. And then when I put out the first video, you would have, like there might be a reaction from as far back as March and as recent as September in the first video. It just depended on what the reactions were, how long they were, like how severe and how long a reaction is determines what video it kind of ends up being in. So, like, yeah. So I tried to spread them all out. So it didn't even matter what month I recorded or what day I recorded the reaction in. What video it ended up in would be entirely different. And just the spot there. Then I'll hang that one back up. Your birthday's in a few weeks? Oh, well actually, yeah, the hockey mask is his thing. Yeah, that's what a lot of people started telling me when I started my channel. But the thing is, it wasn't even originally his thing either. Like he didn't always have the hockey mask. It was only really around the time that he started doing the GTA videos, and I think, no, actually no, my Omegle videos started coming out afterwards, but I was definitely cosplaying Jason before he started including the hockey mask on his channel. I accidentally got black right on the bone. There we go. Okay. Just gotta make, there we go. There's this little bit down here. Last week of school. Wait, so you're in like year 12 then? Because I thought only people in year 12 end up finishing halfway through the year. Oh, 4th of April, okay. Well, yeah, that is only a few weeks away. Where am I going to be? I think I'm actually going to be somewhere on the 4th of April. 4th of April. When's Easter again? Yeah, because where I'm going to be hinges on Easter. I know I'm going to be down in Melbourne on the 26th of April through to the 4th of May, which is Free Comic Book Day, or May the 4th be with you. So I'm going to be in Melbourne for that. But I'm going to, I don't know. Okay, year 10. Finishing halfway through the year in year 10. Well, not even halfway through the year. It's April. Oh, wait, but you would be finishing year 10 and going into year 11? Easter is the 16th. Okay. You reminded me of another thing though. There's this kid. He'd be about your age now, actually. This was something that was like discussed, yeah, near the start of my channel, or toward the end of the first year. There's this mother. She's also a stand-up comedian in Sydney. Well, I use the term stand-up loosely. She's in a wheelchair. That I think that's part of her stand-up routine. So that's, you know, I'm not saying bad things about her. Like that's the joke. She's a stand-up comedian in a wheelchair. Like it's a bit of an oxymoron. Okay, you finish the term, have 2 weeks holiday, but then you go back and, because I did my school in Queensland, so it's a bit different. We actually have to complete each and every single year. But when you have the 2 weeks and then you go back and do 11, I assume, as someone that finished school in Queensland. Pick this up. No, actually, I gotta clear some space before I do the chest. Actually, do I even want to do the chest, or do I want to wait? No creepers. It's ki, ma, based on kill, mom, mom. Kill her, mommy. Kill her. That's the meme. Yeah. I don't know what those asterisks are, and I don't want to know. Oh, it's probably fuck, actually, come to think of it. In a exasperated, like, yeah. Can I just want to, actually it sort of has dried in the way that I wanted it to, so it's not, yeah, no, I'm pretty, actually I might, very wet, and gluey, and wet, and gluey again, and wet again. There we go. Fixing a typo. Okay. Sure it does. Nah. Yeah. So there's this kid, right? And his mom. She, because we have mutual friends, because I know a guy in stand-up, and I love his dark humor and stuff. And she has dark humor too, and she's not much into horror movies and stuff. She's actually a big scaredy cat, but her son likes horror movies too, and he's about your age. But it turns out he can be a bit of a scaredy cat too. Like when it comes to real life situations, like he seems to watch the movies just fine, but when the real thing comes around, okay, I'll catch you later, Samantha. Yeah, you know, I've watched other people's streams, people with roughly the same subscribers, but you know, they tend to get like 40 something. I don't know what, like, because I usually max out around 20, but yeah. Yeah, I'll catch you later, Samantha. Yeah, usually some people, you only get maybe like, yeah, a 0.4 of the people that subscribe to you turning up for a live stream. I don't know why. I guess it depends. Like some people are just like, oh, we want to see like you go on Omegle Live, and it's like, well, expect to see penises and expect me to get banned, because that's what's going to happen unless I can find an assistant. Because all my friends are moved interstate and none of my friends are interested in horror, so I actually have to have someone different help me, which I don't have at the moment. But oh, I should not have pulled that off yet. hang on, I gotta make some space for it. Oh, I've actually gone into overtime. And I did not want to do that. I just flipped it over the other way. Okay, gonna have to put some of these paints back to make some room. Now that I have used most of them for the purposes I need. Okay. Close that. That goes back in. Right. Clear that up. Right. Okay. Yeah. Omegle's very random. That's the whole idea. And sometimes there's penis. So there is a way I can do it. And basically it's this. Okay, so say for example I just have like another picture that can just pop up between the people that show up on Omegle. So what happens then is, like, let's say I go on Omegle, and before the first person even shows up, I just have another picture in the way so that you can't see that person or what they're doing. And once I can be sure that they haven't got their dick out or their tits out or whatever the case may be, I mean, you never know what they've got hanging out on the other end. It might be an alien penis. So you don't want to see that. I mean, some people might, but you know, I'd have to host that someone else and charge extra. So, you know, I go on and there's just another screen that I have up first, so I can screen who I've run into first. So I'll be off screen. So I should say I'm just a little off screen here. And then once I see that whatever they're doing on their end is not going to violate my terms and conditions with YouTube, then the assistant person would click it so you can see their end, and then I jump in. Because then, if it's not done like that, if I don't have an assistant, it's very hard to press buttons with these hands. Wait, did I actually repaint? Oh, hang on. Gotta wet this down a bit more. Gotta reapply that and dab it off until I'm happy. Done. Wait, a little bit more up here. There we go. Okay, now I'm happy again. Yeah, so someone has to be there to make sure that there's like another graphic on their screen. What do you do? What do I mainly do? I go on the website Omegle, dress as Jason, and I scare people. That's what I mainly do. Today, for the first time, you get to see what I do almost every other day, which is try to keep this in pristine condition. Yeah, I don't want to be, don't want to be kicked off YouTube. And you know, and if there is someone new to the channel, like if I had like a private stream with Patreon members, so that they don't mind, like they know going into it that there's going to be penis, so they don't report it, and they don't share the link to anyone that doesn't understand the channel and decides to report it, like that's its own separate thing. It's still very risky because you never know who's going to do what, and someone might still report you. But if I have an assistant that has another graphic showing up, so you guys don't have to see that shit and report that shit, then absolutely, like then I can go on knowing that I'm going to have an assistant there, hopefully a very reliable assistant that makes sure that as soon as someone disconnects, they have to click it so that the graphic pops up again. And then as soon as they can tell that the next person hasn't got any bits sticking out, then they click it off again. And it has to be done very quick though, because I've tried to do it before and I've managed to get back off screen again and click it so that it hides the person, but sometimes like the time it takes to go, okay, that person's not doing anything weird, I can click it and then jump back in. Sometimes they've already disconnected, and no one wants that. Like, it's easy enough to make sure that no one sees penis, but to actually be able to go, okay, there's no penis, now I can go out and scare them. By the time I jump out, boom, they're gone. And it wasn't a very successful stream. Second problem with live streaming Omegle is that not everyone gets scared, and that's the reality of it. Not everyone's scared of Jason, not everyone's superstitious and gullible and all that other good stuff. So it can actually be a very boring stream, more boring than this one. So, you know, if you think that I'm gonna scare as many people as I do in a 5-minute video as I would within 5 minutes of the stream, you've got another thing coming. If it's a good day, you might get as many people scared in a 5-minute video as you would in a 5-hour stream. That's I can almost guarantee that, almost. But yeah, you'd have to stick around for 5 hours for a video that takes 5 minutes to watch. Whereas everything else, it's a lot of people have their cameras off, so it's just a black screen. Some people always just like skip too fast sometimes for you to see if they even did react, like with the lag and all that sort of stuff. Like, you know, there was like that one where you, in series 4 where you have those girls and like they all, like you heard the scream and then they skipped. And like you saw her face for like a split second, it froze before they ended up skipping. But there's a lot of reactions where it almost looked like I scared someone, but because they skipped so fast, I'll never actually know for certain. And I wouldn't ever post it because it's just like, well, did they get scared or not? They skipped so fast. Like, you never really got to see the reaction on their face. And I'm just fixing up the top part. If you weren't here at the beginning of the stream or early enough to see me do the neck area, then that's what's happening now. It's just this bit at the top. It's not very exciting anyway. But now that I've done that, I don't think there's anywhere else on this side that I need to do. Oh wait, no, there is. Scratch that. Yep, there's more to do. There was a few parts where I wanted to fix up with bone colors. Actually, can I? Because it's not very fun just like staring at it that far away. I'm just wondering if I can just put this on. Yeah, I mean everyone has their different reasons to skip. Some people like the moment that they see that it's not a girl or something, they skip. So there's everyone, race, gender, whatever their thing may be, they all have their different reasons for skipping, and my hair's caught in it. But okay, which one? I know there was like a place on here where it had too much. Was it the front or the back? Oh, but I did miss a brown spot right there. You can barely see it. You might even just assume that it's just a light hitting it, but it's actually like a missing bit. Oh wait, right there. Right there was the problem. Right there. It was black. Oh wait, no, that's right. There's some brown splotches right here from the original. The guy that originally did this. And I might fix some of that there while I'm at it. Might have actually been on the spine. I can see people have gotten blood on this as well at events. They get blood all over me. Typical. Ugh. Gotta check the spine. It's probably the spine that I'm thinking of. Yeah, spine. It's the spine. Alright, I'm going to put this back down on the front first because I noticed that, yeah, I gotta fix. Yeah, I mean, actually, if my Vine's still there, there's this kid, and he's like, I'm from the KKK. Are you black? And then I take the hockey mask off, and because, you know, the skin's all, you know, decayed and stuff, I'm very brown in color on Omegle. And so it's just like, yep, we've got an N-word, gotta, like, you know, noose him or some stuff like that. It's like, yeah, gotta hang him or noose or he was a messed up kid. And he just, like, every time I ran into him since, he just, like, he was so racist. And he was like 8 and racist as hell. I don't know whether he was just kidding, like whether it was a meme or whether he was actually serious, but god damn, like it is hard to know where people actually draw the line sometimes, especially when they're kids. Like if I was a kid and I was saying things like that, I'd be absolutely joking. But you don't know with some kids, like some kids have the most racist parents. And not just like kidding around racist, like actually wanting bad things to happen to like Africans and, you know, anyone else that's not like white as whatever, like pasty white like this. I mean, I'm not even the whitest person because I'm Australian, and you know, I walk outside, sun hits me, and I go kind of olive-ish. I mean, I haven't gotten the best color correction right now, but it's just like, yeah, kind of roasted chicken color, lightly roasted chicken. Chicken. All right, now on to, because I'm sure I've actually done all of the back, so there should be no. Well, yeah, he was a terrible kid. Yeah, lightly roasted chicken. That's the thing too. Like, I'd hate to say it, but parents need to hit their kids. Like, I grew up just as that was ending. Like, or at least officially. Like, obviously, parents probably still hit their kids on the down low, but you didn't even have to do it on the down low until about 1994. Like, especially schools, like, well, after 1994, so like 1995, you couldn't do it, but at least partway into 1994, because I got the cane at school, bamboo cane. I got a bamboo cane across the hands at school for orchestrating other classmates to flash their ass at the main road that our school was on. So, well, not exactly for that, like I almost got away with it, but because I was like doing things behind the principal's back while he was like caning some of the kids that actually did it, like the ones that actually listened to me and actually did what I said. I don't know why I didn't get in trouble for being the ringleader. Like, I was in trouble, but I wasn't going to get the cane for being the ringleader. I guess because I didn't actually show my ass, but I managed to get other people to do it for me. But, you know. But, yeah, other people got severely punished because of me. That's actually kind of fun to think about. I got people in trouble, especially because I hate most of those people now. Like, they became real dickheads.
I'd be surprised that one limits immigrants.
No, I don't have a lot of faith in the wall. I mean, the Great Wall of China, did that work all the time? I don't think it did, really. And like the lengths that China had to go through to stop Mongolians from getting through, like, and that was a pretty big country as well. But like, it was one thing to stop a country from getting in a long time ago when I don't think there really was that much technology to get over a wall. But I still don't think it was ever 100% effective in China. Plus, you had to have people, like, you had the different posts all along the wall. So it's not just building the wall, it's having people there at the wall at all times. So that's also part of why I don't see it being that effective. Yeah. I don't think it's, like, it probably sounded good in his head at the time, but in practice, it's not. It's probably not the best solution. But the thing is, the only reason that they come to America is because companies, you got to think about this, companies are willing to hire illegal immigrants over, like, non-illegal immigrants and just everyday Americans, like people that were born there. Companies would prefer to hire illegal immigrants because, and like, it's not that they don't have to pay them less. Sorry, it's not that they don't. The only reason that illegal immigrants get paid less money is because they accept being paid less money. And they accept being paid less money because when the employer asks for their social security number or their green card or anything else like that, and they don't have it, that's when the employer says, well, I'm just going to pay you less than the regular worker, because if you tell anyone that I'm paying you less, I'll have you deported back to Mexico.
That's the only reason they get paid less, is because it's blackmail. If they got in through legal means and everything else like that, or if corporations were more honest, if a corporation was honest, they would just immediately say, oh, no green card, no social security number, back to Mexico with you. If people that have them mow the lawns or do the gardening or anything else like that, if they were honest, and that's the thing too, it's usually very rich, like, hang on, it's upper middle class people and corporations that take advantage of the fact that they're not here legally. They are willing to turn a blind eye to the everyday American so that they can save a couple more pennies that they're already saving. They're already rich. They've already got money to pay people to mow their lawns for them. But they want to save even more money. They could do the right thing and actually report them and have them deported. Everyday people, everyday Americans can report Mexicans or illegal immigrants in general. It's not just Mexicans, that's a horrible thing to say. But people can report illegal immigrants every single day, but they don't because they're using them for cheap labor. So it's not illegal immigrants that are ruining America's economy. It's dishonest Americans that exploit them and give them a reason to stay. And that's the honest truth. Like, but that's the thing, like, there's illegal immigration
and there's legal immigration. And there's a big difference. Yeah, and some people just don't want to go through the regular channels because it means they don't pay tax and this, that, and everything else. But yeah, a wall is not going to change the honesty of corporations. It's not going to change the honesty of upper middle class Americans. But if someone came up with, I don't know, something, I don't know what, I don't have the answers to everything, but hey, live to die. So I don't know why people say Donald Trump is racist when we can send the illegal immigrants back. As in, not all Trump, but everyone. Well, that's the thing. Like, people do make a big deal out of Trump wanting to do it, and the method is probably the worst. The method that he's proposing is probably the worst. And some people don't like the implications behind it and everything else like that. But the thing is, if you look back at Obama speeches and Hillary Clinton speeches, all before any election, before the elections, and that's the thing too, you have to remember what they say before elections. And, you know, because what is it, like a 1-year campaign, something like that? Like, however long the campaign is, you got to look at the time between the campaigns. You got to look at what they say before the campaigns. Because if they're saying it during the campaign, it's pandering. You got to look at what they say in between, because then they're not pandering anymore. Then they're telling you how they really feel. And I guess that's what the appeal for Trump was. And you got to remember, this is coming from like an Australian looking at things from the outside in. That's the one thing you got to remember when I'm saying this. And you also have to remember that I'm actually a left-wing libertarian. Don't think I'm even alt-right for a second. I am a left-wing libertarian. So remember that when I say things like whatever I was saying before, and the things that I'm going to say moving forward. I'm just painting and dabbing. And making noises. But it all... I mean, most of you probably wouldn't even see much of a difference that I've made. But it's something that I notice, and it's something that... like, it wouldn't, like, if you watch an Omegle video and then you watch this, it's just like, well, what did you do? And it's like, well, there was paint missing, but so I'm just really just touching it up. Sometimes I make slight improvements, but it's nothing you'd really see much on camera, but it's something you would definitely see if you see me at Sydney Horror Movie Campout this weekend. Especially at night. You know, when you turn the lights out. I'll see which one would be the most suitable to turn off. There we go. Maybe not that one. Wait, maybe if I show it from back here. Because all these sorts of things look better at night. Horror movies always look better at night. You can't, there's not much you can do for colors during the day and it still looks that good. But yeah, that's, oh, look at that. The arms, the spine, the chest. Actually, I shouldn't have it leaning on the chest because I painted it, so but everything's looking, oh, I got paint came off my fingers because I've got, I mean, paint could just come off my fingers anyway, but it was dry paint, but because it's glue paint now, it kind of came off. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, people are actually getting more and more violent every single day, which is funny because when Obama was voted in, there were protests, and I think there were riots to a degree, but nothing like this. Nothing like conservatives. As much as I'm not like as far away as I am from like the way that a conservative sort of operates, like or thinks. Conservatives don't typically have violent riots. And it's only ever used to really be something you'd expect for like war-torn European countries or something like that. But like making it violent isn't making your point any stronger. It just shows that you I mean, it shows that you're mad, obviously, but it also shows that you're very unreasonable. And that's the one thing I can usually I mean, sure, there are some very unreasonable conservatives, but this is the sort of stuff like that I would imagine fascists doing. Like, this is the way that the left is acting is fascism, and I can't get behind that. And that sucks for me, because like, as a left-wing libertarian, like I'm more left and I'm more libertarian than Nelson Mandela, but I cannot get behind how these people go about these things, and I can't even get behind half their ideas anymore. Like, they are so much more to the left that I am on the right, and I have now been painting for 4 hours and 27 minutes, more or less. I think I'm actually pretty much done now. I was thinking of doing some spattering, but I mean, I could leave the spattering until the next time that I, do some updates to the costume, but I don't really have time. Because I gotta prep these outside and give them a protective spray coat with where is it? This stuff, because I don't have any, air. Like if I start spraying this in here, I'll choke to death and die. So I gotta take it outside. So the mask is, both the masks are fine. Oh, actually, oh yes. One more thing, because here's my machete here's my Omegle machete, a real one, because why not? If you're on Omegle, you're not hurting anyone, use a real machete. Simple. When I'm out in public at conventions, events such as the event this weekend, this is actually supposed to be a Walking Dead machete. It's supposed to be, even though I don't think it looks anything like it, it's supposed to be Rick Grimes' machete. I actually never really watched the series, but I looked at screenshots and they just didn't match. But I'll quickly fix up some tiny little errors and stuff that's wrong with this. So I'll just mix that in a bit more. Right about here, you can see they haven't quite gotten it to the edge. I mean, there might be a good reason for that. I'm just gonna pat it on there a few times and just squish it in right into the corner there. That's a bit better. I'll go this way and tap it in. But yeah, make it bloody so it's more realistic. Well, you don't see too many times where Jason's machete is actually bloody, not until like right towards the end. Like, this is supposed to be before he actually uses it, because like for events, like I want to keep this clean, because I mean, if I had a second one, if I could afford another one of these, I'd probably put blood on it. But the same goes for the real one, which I threw on the bed. If I put blood on this before I go on Omegle, even if, like, because I've done this, I've gone on Omegle and I've had blood on this, and then I was done, and then I cleaned it off, and then, like, I put some coats of stuff on it, but it's still rusted up really bad. Like, you can see where I've had to, like, you can see some of where the rust used to be, but it wears it down every single time. And if I kept doing that on Omegle each time, there would be no machete left, because I would have just kept, like, sanding all the rust off, and then there's just no machete. Well, what I plan to do, again, when I have money, make a little, like, mold tray, and then just kind of sit it in there, and then once the bottom layer is dry, and then put another layer over the top, and then split the two halves off, take the machete out, and then fill it with resin. And then once I have a resin copy of this, then I can get some of the metallic paint and give it a good paint job, and then try to make it as close to this as possible. And then obviously black handle, and then the screws and all that. So yeah, I'd do a whole lot for this. And then the copy I would cover in blood. So if I do like an off-screen kill, then I can come back on with blood. But the other problem with having blood on Omegle is that people want to see the body, and that's happened before. Yeah, and the more time that I spend cleaning machetes means less time on Omegle, and I try to spend as much time on Omegle as I can. So wasting time cleaning machetes and replacing things that are ruined is just not time I want to spend doing anything. So say, for example, here, oh no, it's starting to look bad, I should go buy a new one. No, I shouldn't, because I'm just painting over it now. And it's a slightly lighter shade at first, but once it dries, it'll dry a little darker, and then I'll add some black around it as well. I need to really dry that out. Hang on. Oh. So there is a reason why I don't do a lot of things on this channel, and it may not be as obvious first. No, but that's the thing. When I'm done on Omegle, I clean the machete. That's what I mean. I clean the machete, but then even after I've cleaned it, the fact that it was on there in the first place still affects the metal. That's the problem. Metal doesn't care that you cleaned it. If you had any kind of a liquid on it that isn't like oil or something else like that, or some sort of chemical cleaner, it will rust. Because the amount of time, like the longer the blood spends on the machete, and sometimes I'm on Omegle for like an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, even 8 hours sometimes. Very rarely, but sometimes I've been on there for 8 hours. You know, and I think when I did do it, I think I was on Omegle for 4 hours. And so that's 4 hours of having blood on there. And then it gets rusty. So yeah, it happens. Like obviously, if you leave it on there, and then like if you leave the blood on there until the blood dries and it becomes rusty, obviously that's a very stupid thing to do. And that's obviously not something I would do. But even just putting any liquid on it in the first place will ruin the metal. I think especially because of the sugar content in the blood does it as well. Like, it's not just the fact that it's water-based. instead of chemical or oil.
So, hey, the Pizza King plays. Who else have we got in here? Is it okay if I give you a shout out? Of course, it's absolutely okay. I just gotta make sure I get good coverage on this. Then I gotta wait for this to dry. Yeah, 6 people watching. It was like 9, 12 people when I first started, but some people didn't really read the title and understand that it was going to be a like a painting video. I don't know how you make that mistake, but some people came in, they got bored very quickly at watching painting happen, and then they left. And that was during the more exciting parts. And I'm always just like sort of answering questions and sort of letting you guys in on how things work around here to an extent. I can't give everything away. I'm kind of like a magician in that respect, but not. I mean, there's different illusions on this channel. But the quick and easy ones are, yes, I wear a costume on Omegle. No, I don't record myself in costume and then just hit play on Omegle. Yes, people hear the kick, ma, 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 while I'm on Omegle. That's about it. Oh, and the reason why I don't play like actual music on Omegle, because the ki ma ma ma, that's not just music, that's, I mean, it is music from a cinema point of view, but from like from people's perspective, that's I mean, it became Jason coming for people. That's the sound you hear when Doom is coming your way. So that's why people hear that on Omegle. That's why I don't play other actual music. And not only that, but like I'd get a copyright strike for using actual soundtrack music. Have I watched Ginger Snaps? Absolutely. Pretty good movie. They thought it was a gaming video, but it says like I don't even have gaming in the title. It's on Twitch it says creative, and on YouTube it says how to and something or other. So I don't know how they got that idea. Like gaming is what, for Friday and Saturday, or at least my time. This is Sunday for me. But, and it wasn't even like, and I even put it out on Instagram, and when I posted it on Twitter and Facebook, all of it was just like, this is not, no, I didn't say this is not gaming, but I'm repainting the costume. And the props and stuff, like I'm repainting prosthetics. I don't know, is there a repaint prosthetics the game? Then some people are mad because I'm actually just not going on Omegle, and it's like, how can I go on Omegle when I'm painting? I'm painting the stuff that I wear on Omegle. I can't just put it on while it's wet and go on Omegle. That's... Sorry, I actually made a statement earlier that morons, they don't make me angry, but it's just like, why are you that stupid? Why? It's frustrating.
That's as much as I can say about that. It's frustrating. Yeah, I want to see more of it. Part of why I had the channel is because I wanted more horror on YouTube. I don't think there's enough horror on YouTube. There's people that review horror on YouTube, and that's about it. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, the one exception is that Nuke Norway contacted me and said it would be cool if we did a video together, because people have asked him to do Jason Voorhees for the longest time, and he saw that I was doing it, and it's like, well, if you can do a thing where you can like do one of your routines and then take them, and then we do a jump scare thing with it, because the jump scare thing that he added, like I still did the sound effect, which is Jason from Part 8 Takes Manhattan, and then like I approached the camera and lifted the hockey mask off the mask, like that's what I do. I came right up to the camera and did that. What he added to it, graphics wise, is that he made the mouth move up and down while the screaming was happening, and just like other editing bits and pieces. Like, I had to get in very specific footage, and then he recuts it in a way that works for Minicam, I think it is. Yeah, Elm Street Remake. So that's the thing, like there's a lot of channels that review horror movies and discuss horror and all that sort of stuff, but there needs to be more like scare channels. And I know there's like scare prank channels, but I don't know, there's usually more of like a wink and a smile when they approach it, and that's kind of also the same with Omegle channels, like whether it's an Omegle channel or whether it's IRL pranks, which I do want to do, but they're expensive, really expensive, especially if someone actually presses charges, and you have to spend a lot of money, not as much money, but you spend a little bit of money to be able to counteract that with actually having like going with like public health and safety. You have to like get insurance and this and that and everything else. So if someone does try to sue you, you can show evidence that you did everything within your own budget and within like within reason to reduce anyone's harm or distress or anything else like that. So yeah, when people when you try to do pranks, people try to make money off of you, whether they were really distressed or not. So yeah, that's a thing. People always try to get you down, and it sucks. So you have to spend money so that when they see you, you know, if they say, I demand $10,000 in damages, and it's like, well, here's why you're not going to get that $10,000, because I did this right and I did this right. Like, say, for example, I had someone that knew first aid on site. Someone that was certified in first aid was present. A distress counselor was present. Someone that like someone that was dressed professionally approached you with a model release form to let you know it was a prank, was present. So if there are people there that can say, I can give you medical first aid if you got injured during the prank, I can give you psychological help if the prank scared you too much, like that you're like having an anxiety or panic attack, and someone that can actually let you know it was a prank in the first place, once they're outside of like let's just say like this or see this little thing out here, right? Let's just say this is a whole area. This is inside a park. Let's say this represents the amount of area that I will chase people to. Once people hit a certain point, I will stop chasing them, and someone else on the sidelines would have to come in because they're out of camera view. Someone else comes in, lets them know it's a prank. So you wouldn't do it while they're still running, while they're still, well, you want to do it while they're still running. But you don't want to do it while they're still in the camera view. So if the camera is recording all of this and not this outer part, once they leave that point, someone comes in, boom. Sorry, this is a prank. Why do actual pranks when you can just fake them? See, and that's the thing. I hate fake pranks. I hate them so much. I have more integrity than that. That's why I wear a costume on Omegle instead of just wear a costume, record it, and then play and pause, play and pause. I want those little moments, the things that you can only get when you're actually interacting with people, like the moment that they actually say, "Take off the mask," or like in Jason Takes Omegle Series 3 Part 13 or 12, Jason Makes a Porno, I think it's Part 13, and like it's like there's the two girls and it's like, my friend and I and you should like have a threesome and you should wear that mask, and then I take the hockey mask off and she just like, okay, and then she just like walks out of there. And then I also had the other sound effect loaded and ready, like I hit play, but I had about 20 seconds to 30 seconds worth of silence. So when I jumped in, they didn't know that. There was like 20 to 30 seconds that I had to try get them to that point, and I did just in time. And like, you know, they let their guard down, and then you hear the woman screaming in the next room, and then like I leave, and the girl that's still there is just like, what the hell's going on? And it's so good. Like, it's so much better when you can control when things happen. And you can't do that with video. Once you do a video, it's like you press play, and then they're just watching a video, and then they might get scared, they might not get scared, and you can't change what it does. You can't change what the video does. You might have several clips, but then people can see the jump between the actions. So it's like, it just gives it away. So costume, so much better. So much better. And especially with IRL pranks, because one of the biggest problems is that other than people suing you, you might get a guy that comes up to you and punches you in the face for trying to do a prank like that. You've seen all the pranks that go wrong. So what you do instead, you pay a guy to play the role of that guy. So when someone else is like walking through a park or something, and then they see me, and then they don't know whether they want to like attack me or like run away or whatever else like that. They see another guy come out of nowhere, and it's like, what do you think you're doing, man? And then like a fake punch, but it looks real. Like you do like a good proper theatrical punch to the face, and then I just like tilt my head, and then like stand back up again, and then like he would actually be wearing like a prosthetic that probably has some guts stored away, and just like punch him in the stomach, and then like pull his guts out, and then he like drops dead on the ground. So it's like, it's taking that idea of where a prank could go wrong and actually work it into a prank. So I turned the prank gone wrong into a prank, and so someone that thinks that they're witnessing a prank go wrong, it goes really wrong. So it's just like, prank goes wrong, Jason gets punched in the face. Oh wait, guy gets his guts ripped out instead. Person that just watched a guy get his guts ripped out starts running for their life. And then again, that's where someone comes in, lets them know it's a prank, gets them the on-location guidance counselor, and if the person tripped and skinned their knee, get them some first aid. Every reason for them not to sue me for watching someone get their guts ripped out. Anyway, I think that's all I need to do now. I think I've painted everything, every single color I need to paint them, so they're all good to go. Just double checking here. The spine looks good. I'm going to look at the other side. Chest looks good. The masks were okay from the get-go, so they're fine. Oh yeah, absolutely they'll need therapy, and that's why I need to hire a therapist to actually be on site. Because if they try to sue me, it's just like, sorry, we had a therapist. You can still sue me, but you can't sue me for as much as you're trying to sue me for. So use people's worst fears to mess with someone, and then tons of info from a person of theirs. Well, that's the other thing too, because like some people have suggested scare a friend of a friend or something like that. I don't want to do that, but I do want to do, like, if it makes it any easier for me, if I put some sort of ad out where if someone wants a prank played on their friend, that they sort of like hire me for free. Yeah, the scare tactics. And that's the thing too. If anyone tried to play a prank on me with the scare tactics crew, I remember each and every single one of them. But say, like, if I put something out that says, like, if you want to scare a friend, you don't have to pay for them to be scared, but you have to sign a thing that says that I can record it and everything else like that. And any grievances that that person has falls on you and not me. Based on the, like, I'd have to show them, like, how the prank will play out, and they will, because, like, if I say, oh, you know, maybe if, like, if I just say, we're going to prank your friend, and don't actually describe how we're going to do it, he might not want to take responsibility for what ends up happening. So I'd actually have to tell him how the prank will play out, and then he has to sign a contract saying that he agrees to that prank, so that he can't just turn around and say, oh, I never knew it was going to go down this way. No, he has to sign something that says, I knew how it's going to go down. Yeah, need to hand over your credit card for that. But yeah, so you have to be very careful, very, very careful. These things are expensive. Like, if I do, the moment that I have someone else involved that's not me, like on Omegle, like, there's strangers that you run into, they're in a public space, they see penises on there anyway, they can't touch me. The moment that I get a victim involved, I have to have insurance for that victim. I don't have insurance when Michael and Freddie come over, so it's a good thing that they love horror, and it's a good thing that they're sensible human beings that don't get themselves injured, or if they do get themselves injured, I mean, Freddie's already injured himself 100 times at least, but, you know, they're sensible people. Like, they know that the space that I've got is pretty safe, and if they manage to hurt themselves, that's on them. But if I have anyone that's not a dedicated horror person, they're just an actor that's in it for the money or in it for some sort of exposure, if I don't have insurance and they get injured, especially wearing this, like, once I'm gonna have it all reinforced and everything, but if there's a prank that I'm doing on Omegle with someone and they get injured, that's the end of my channel. The moment someone gets injured on my channel and I don't have any insurance or any first aid to take care of them, I get sued, and then that's the end of the channel. Are you short enough to be Chucky? And second to that question, do you live in Australia? Third question, do you live near Sydney? Because that's how that works out. But there's already been a good Chucky video. There is a good Chucky prank video. I enjoy it a lot, actually. Yeah, I really like that video. That's actually one of my favorite prank videos, is actually the Chucky one. I need a chair. I've got a chair. I've got a chair for someone to sit in. And they sit in the chair and they type away. There's one prank as well where, because I'll also be taking, whoever ends up saying I'll be a victim, I'll take like a cast of their hand, and then I'll make a ballistics gel replica of it and then coat it in latex. And then I'll have like removable fingers and that sort of thing, so they can go on Omegle. Because their camera, the hands won't be in camera view, but then, like, you know, they'll talk to the person on Omegle and all that sort of stuff, and then like they'll hear the sound like kick, mama, and they'll hear it. Shut up, Rain Skull. Go back to moderating the Discord, which I should be doing in a moment as well. But you know, blah. Anyway, yeah, make a ballistics gel hand, cover it in latex. It'll be off screen, and they'll hear the sound, and they'll look, say, to the left. I did watch the Nuke Norway Chucky. I think there was another channel involved in that, so he like got their assistance to make that video. But, you know, yeah, they'll look to the left or to the right or whatever, and then I'll come in from the other way, and then like the machete will come down onto the table, and there'll be like a like Rainskull and I know each other. He's the server owner for the Friday the 13th game Discord, and then I am like top admin. It's called Jason. It's not even super admin, it's just Jason. Alright, okay, I'll catch you later, Rainskull. But yeah, so she'll look one way, I'll come in from the other way, and on the table there'll be like a big, there'll be like a, what is that? A breadboard, like a breadboard, and it's gonna have like celery contained in there because I don't want it splattering everywhere, but I'll slam the machete down onto the celery, and the microphone that'll be near it picks it up. So you'll hear a nice chunky chopping sound, and then she'll like raise her arm up, and like it'll be the fake one, and it'll just be like covered in blood, like, yeah. So yeah, I have plans. They're just expensive, and they involve other people that just aren't involved yet. So hopefully after this weekend though, because yeah, Freddie will be over, I hope. Michael should be over, and there should be at least one or more victims over, because Michael's going to bring some girls himself to the horror movie campout, and hopefully they come over the next morning. So we'll see how they go. So we're gonna other than going on Omegle, we're gonna like put these girls through what do you call it? Rehearsals? No, what's before rehearsals? Tryouts. Any tips for making a horror movie? I wouldn't have a single one. The first step would be writing it, and then there's finding talented people that can do prosthetics and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, so yeah, tryouts. What's the other auditions? So each of the girls that are going to come over, they're all going to audition for the role. I might even choose more than one because I would like to have the variety. Like if I can have more than one girl over, then that way like people don't fall for the same person each time. Because once I use one girl, I can use a girl for probably a whole week or maybe a month, but then people are going to start, like there are regulars on there, and then they start to give it away. They tell other people. Once they see the prank, they tell other people, and then the other people are like, oh, I was just told that a girl that looks like you just died. You know, so it's good to have some variety, and just, you know, you can't just be on there every single day, otherwise like people remember. And that's already made it difficult for my channel, just people seeing me. It's like, oh, I recognize you. So, yeah. This stream has probably gone on long enough. I've done everything I need to do for these prosthetics. I'm happy that I got it done one day. Sometimes it takes me half a week, but I'm just getting better and better at it now. And it's now been 5 hours, so that's pretty good. I did the whole lot in 5 hours. And I'll end it in 30 seconds, so if you've got any more questions that are easy to answer or whatever, just, you've got less than a minute. Any advice on how to make a video? Do something that you would actually like to do, because if you're not passionate about it, then it's not going to be any good whatsoever. Even if it's not like the greatest viral video of all time, you just got to do what you love, or else it's just going to seem very boring when you do it. I'll catch you guys later.